being gunned down during a walk 1 mile away from his parents' home. I was given hope in December of 2022 by the Livingston Police Department.
Can you please mute your phones?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular City Council meeting for April 16 at 7:05. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. If we can all please remain standing for a moment of silence for our first responders and military members. Thank you. May be seated. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Ross.
Present.
Councilmember Soto.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Present.
Mayor Moran.
Present.
For the record, Councilmember Mann is not in attendance.
Next, we have closed session announcements.
No reportable action at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have changes to the agenda. Council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to humbly request that move items, the awards and presentations 1 through 4 before citizen comment, and then the item number 13, the fire services, after the announcements and reports, please.
Okay, so move awards, presentations, and proclamations 1 through 4 before citizen comments.
Yes, sir.
And item number
13,
13,
after announcements and reports, sir, before consent agenda.
okay, before consent agenda. So is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'll second.
Is there a second? Thank you. So we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Samra and second by Councilmember Soto. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Ross.
Yes.
Councilmember Soto.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
All right, thank you. So next we have awards and presentations, and then Monica, just let me know if I skip anything, because I made some notes here. But next we have awards, presentations, and proclamations. Item number 1, presentation by Councilmember Soto, recognition of Livingston High School varsity girls wrestling team.
Thank you. So tonight is a very special night in recognition of our youth, our sports, and our athletes. So big congratulations go out to both teams, 3 teams that are represented tonight. These awards have been long awaited. I know your season ended back in March for our wrestlers and back in November for our football players. So I just want to take this opportunity, the council would like to take this opportunity to recognize your achievements throughout the year, and I am hoping that you continue in your endeavors in both your education and in your athleticism. So congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and read off some of the names for our lady wrestlers. Our lady wrestlers had a tremendous season. They are the 2024 TVL League champions. The ladies wrestling team has grown since its inceptions when they started out in actually freestyle and folk style. Team was built through the Livingston Middle School and just came up through the high school, and look at them now. What they've done for league, some of them that are seniors this year, they have captured 3 titles, year 22, 23, and 24. Our Lady Wolves also placed first in 3 tournaments and were runner-up in this year. They were undefeated in dual matches at 8-0. Wrestling is a very difficult and individualized sport. It's also a team sport in the end, according to points. It takes a lot of discipline. Just as with any sport, it takes a lot of discipline, but 6 minutes on a mat, I can't even speak to it. I've been around it, but it is a very difficult sport and very rewarding, as you can tell, for our young ladies and our young men that participated. So first off, I'm going to go ahead and read the names, and some of them have their individual accomplishments as well. Karen Preet Baines, Janet Vite Baptista, Mia Seja, Luz Jessica Gomez, Lourdes Rodriguez. These student athletes competed all the way to the Masters tournament. We also had 2 state qualifiers, Alondra Revolta and Noemi Revolta. They went to the state tournament. Rounding up the team is Natalie Cervantes, Lisbeth Martinez Lopez, Dulce Montañez, Ariana Muñeca, Esmeralda Nicolas, Caitlin Oswalt, Lexi Perez, and Aleda Revolta. I hope I did not miss anybody, but we do have our coaches present. Coaches, thank you for dedicating your time to our student athletes for both the young ladies and the young men. I do have the girls' certificates. Coaches, this is Coach Alfonso Paez and Eli. If you can,
Thank you.
if you see who's here. Do you want to pull them out if they're here? And then we can take a photo. Do you want the mic?
Okay, first up, we have Karenpreet Baines. Mia Seha. Natalie Cervantes. Lisbeth Martinez Lopez. Esmeralda Nicolas. Caitlin Oswald. Lexi Perez. Aleda Revuelta. Alondra Revuelta. And Noemi Revuelta. And Lourdes Rodriguez. Can I get the other coaches, Jaime and Ed, to step up here, please, for a picture? Just want to thank the council and the mayor for inviting us. We really appreciate it. This lady's put in a lot of work. I also want to thank the parents, because with the parents, they couldn't make it on time. Sometimes we wake up at 4:30, have to be on the road by 5 in the morning. And without the parents getting them there, it wouldn't be possible. And also, they put in long times in tournaments. We were there maybe 10 hours, if lucky, goes 12. It's just a long process. And the more you put in, the more you get out of it. And but like I said, it's a hard sport. They made it through. They're champions, and I'm very proud of them. And I just want to thank you guys again for inviting us. Thank you.
I'm going to invite the council to step down for a quick picture.
Next, the Livingston Council would like to recognize the boys wrestling team for a season well done. We'd especially like to give recognition to Alex Fernandez, Julian Martin for qualifying for the Masters Tournament, and Angel Reyes, TVL League champion. Rounding up the team is Juan Avalos, Sebastian Casanova, Fabian Cornejo, Rolando Fernandez, Alejandro Gonzalez, Jose Gutierrez, Aiden Haro, Benjamin Melendez, David Ornales, Omar Pena, Ramon Quintero, Murray Ramirez, Gage Silva, Hector Vasquez, and Julian Zarita. Congratulations, boys. Again, Coach Paez and Coach Eli Van Gelder.
I don't know who's gonna do that. Let's go. Rolando Fernandez. Alejandro Gonzalez. Jose Gutierrez. Mauri Ramirez. Alex Fernandez. Julian Martin. And then Angel Reyes. Again, like I said earlier, it takes a lot to go through a whole season. I think we start with about 50 to 60, and we end up about 20-something kids, you know, because it's a demanding sport, and, you know, it takes a lot from time from them, from playing with video games, being on TV. It's more being on the mat, being on the road, being in the gym. And I just want to thank these kids, and a lot of them are coming back, and hopefully we're back here again next year. Thank you.
Bring it in more. A little bit more. There you go. There you go. Right there, Jaime. Right there. 1, 2, 3.
Our next presentation goes out to the Livingston Youth Wolves football program, our varsity boys. Our boys had a very great season. A lot of hard work goes into what they do, a lot of injuries for being out there, but rest assured, coaches and board are out there trained to take care of our young athletes on the field, on and off the field, because we make sure that they're doing what they need to do after school to be able to continue in their sporting ventures. Tonight's award goes out to our Livingston Youth Varsity boys for their AFC championship. That means that between our regional league, they took themselves to the Super Bowl. Not only did they take themselves, they took the parents as well, rooting them on, and their coaches and their friends, and the Livingston varsity cheerleaders as well. They play a big part in rooting on our boys too. So I'm going to read off the roster, and I do see one Coach Gonzalez. If you would assist in handing out the certificates to those that are in attendance, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm not seeing any other coaches here, but thank you for showing up. I do see some parents. Thank you for coming out as well. Super Bowl was played back in end of October or beginning November. So this has been a trying process to get our boys recognized. Starting with Espiri Muñez, Alan Chavez, Michael Harkin, Nash Baptista, Alexander Garcia, Adrian Maldonado, Sukman China, Sabir Saini, Victor Quilo, Angel Gutierrez, Gabriel Soria, Jade Williams, Sebastian Pacino, Daniel Mercado, Josmar Martinez, Anthony Partida, Gustavo Flores, Adrian Zuzueta, Annalie Jordan, Jaden Nijet, Jeffrey Maniz, and Roman Gonzalez. Come on up. LYF, Coach Gonzalez.
So a little background on these kids. They started the year really rough. We lost how many in a row? About 3 in a row. Oh, my goodness, sorry. Come here, sorry. My bad. Where are you at? Michael, sorry, Michael. Okay, so, my bad. All these kids did a great job. We started off the year rough. We didn't have a lot of wins, a lot of injuries, but they pulled through. They started the winning streak when it mattered, and we ended up beating the Turlock Bulldogs, which was the #1 seed. So we went all the way to the playoffs as the #1 seed, being the #1 seed. So very proud of these boys. We came a little short Super Bowl, but overall, very proud of these guys. Couldn't ask for more from these guys. So thank you for all your effort out there. Thank you, City.
We are going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. That way, so we can allow for parents to take pictures up here with their kids. So we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Welcome back to our, coming back from a short break. I just want to say congratulations. Well, they're gone. I forgot to say congratulations to everyone. It's great to see students being successful, not only academically, but in sports. And I think sports and those extracurricular activities really teach those kids those other skills that sometimes they're not being taught in the classroom. And it's great, especially with everything they have achieved. And it was also great to see a couple of my students from when they were freshmen in high school, and now they're seniors. And it's kind of very happy to see how successful they have been, not only academically, but in extracurricular activities, and really looking forward to their graduation this coming summer. So, Council, anything you guys want to add?
Yeah, I'm just jealous seeing how young they are, And wish we could have that same energy that they do, but I do think that, the kids, sports, they play sports, they don't get in trouble, and they're better off in the long run for us.
I would also just like to say congratulations. I played both sports when I was in high school, and it is tough, especially conditioning for wrestling. It's rough, but proud of them all, and they did a great job.
All right, thank you. Next, we have item number 4, presentation regards to the sister cities, bridging cultures across borders. And so, Monica, if you can put up the presentation. So, just a little history in regards to the Sister Cities program. The Sister Cities program is something that was started in the city of Livingston back in, if I'm remember correctly, back in 2015 or 16, somewhere around there. With a couple of cities in Mexico, and I think there was a city in China or Japan, right? And but those the program was not formalized. There was a process that needs to be accomplished, and there needs to be a registration with the Sister Cities International here in the United States by the city of Livingston, and that is something that we formalized, and we went through the process last year in 2023, and so since then, some sister cities have had the opportunity to visit the city of Livingston and the Central Valley. And I think that the first city that came back in July, last summer, 2023, was the city of Zapotlanejo in Jalisco. And then in November, we had the opportunity to visit the city of Zapotlanejo, and get to learn about the city, some of their culture, some of their business opportunities, just get to know a little bit of everything about that city. And then just recently we had the opportunity to visit Churincio and Jalostotitlan. Churincio, it's a community, it's a municipality, it's like a county. So Churincio is like the head, like the main city, and then there's other smaller communities, and this is in Michoacan. And we had the opportunity to visit Churincio. Churincio had been trying or working towards formalizing the Sister City program with the city of Livingston for a couple of years now, since I believe 2 or 3 years ago. It was not until now that we were able to formalize it. And officially, the city of Churincio, or the municipality of Churincio and Jalostotitlan are formalized as sister cities for the city of Livingston. And then something else that I want to add, I did ask, and I tried to, kind of like if people in the community knew the number of the population within or around Livingston that belong to that area, and it's roughly, the numbers are somewhere between 30 and 40% of the residents in the city of Livingston are from that community of Churincio, Torrecillas, and Changuitiro. So, and there's a lot more residents also in the area of Delhi and the surrounding communities. So here I have, and I wanted to do a presentation, a real quick presentation. So this is the sister cities, bridging cultures across borders. So a sister city, let's see, is that the second? So sister cities, a sister city, a county, or a state relationship is broad-based, and it's basically just a partnership between two communities in two different countries. And the relationship is officially recognized after the highest elected or appointed official from both of the communities sign off on an agreement and then to become sister cities. And then right now you'll be able to see those formal agreements being signed by both. So each city organization is independent and pursues the activities and the thematic areas that are important to them and their community, including municipal business, trade, educational, and cultural exchanges and projects with their sister city. So here we have, this is the sister city programs, fostering cultural exchange and diplomacy through city-to-city partnerships, promoting understanding and friendship between different cultures. On the left is La Presidenta, the mayor for the municipality of Churincio, and receiving a plaque officially recognizing the city of Livingston as the sister city for Churincio. And on the right, we are signing officially the agreement between the city of Jalostotitlan in the state of Jalisco and the city of Livingston. And there's 2 copies being signed, and one it's for the city of Jalostotitlan, and the other one for the records for the city of Livingston. And here, these images are from our visit to in the city of Churincio. The concept of sister cities originated after World War II to promote peace and reconciliation between former enemies. Over time, it has evolved into a platform for cultural exchange and economic cooperation. And here is in Churincio, and there's some performances and recitals and just taking pictures, and it was a great presentation for us to really learn more about what that community is about. And then here we are visiting a couple of different companies, a couple of different businesses in the area. So sister cities provide opportunities for cultural immersion, educational exchanges, and economic partnerships. They also contribute to global understanding and peace building. On the left, we are visiting a farm, which is basically, it's a farm, just greenhouses, and the owner of this farm is actually from Bakersfield. But they have greenhouses over there, they have farms over there, and they're cultivating plants, different types of plants, vegetables, and fruits, and then they export those to California, or not only to California, but to a lot of different areas in this country, in the United States. And then on the right, we are visiting another business in the city of Jalostotitlan, which is basically manufacturing industrial gloves or working gloves, and they do a lot of different types, and it's amazing some of the gloves that they're doing, because some of them are fire retardant. And I was asking, it was interesting for us we were asking questions about how they do the fire retardant, not only gloves but also outfits that very similar to what they actually build those to work in the steel foundry plants. So to withstand, I think, up to 3,000 degrees. Very, very, I mean, it's amazing the kind of work that they do in those small factories. And here, top left, it's an evening in the plaza of Churincio, and they had a performance for us and the community. On the top right, it's in the council chambers for the city of Jalostotitlan, and we are presenting the agreement to the community. And on the bottom left, we're visiting the museum in Jalostotitlan. On the bottom right, it's a presentation by the fire department of Churincio. And I do believe that this is, but anyways, that fire truck, I believe it was donated by some community members from the Bay Area. They're also original from Churincio. And it was very interesting to get to know what they have to work with. And 90% of the equipment that they have there has all been donated from different places in this country. There's an organization in Texas that they entirely focus on donating fire equipment to different communities in other countries, and those are some of the equipment that they use. Here on the left, once again, just one additional picture inside the greenhouses. So many sister city partnerships have led to successful collaborations in areas such as education, arts and culture, and sustainable development. These success stories demonstrate the power of cross-border cooperation. And on the right, it's in Churincio also. And that's in an agave farm. Agave, and I'm sure you guys tasted the final product of the agave plant, right? Some tequila. They didn't have any tequila there, they just had the plant, so we just were learning about the process. To conclude, sister cities play a vital role in connecting and bridging cultures across borders by fostering mutual understanding and collaboration. These partnerships contribute to a more peaceful and inclusive world. On the top, we were visiting a recent water dam that was built in Churincio. And right now, they just barely finished it, so right now it's empty. But once the rainy season starts, and that's going to be used to really collect water, and water that will be able to benefit the entire community for their agriculture and other needs. And on the bottom, just another picture of Churincio and their fire equipment and their presentation. And here are just some additional pictures. Top left, we visited a company, and basically what they do, what you see their package is just freeze-dried fruits, meats, and all of their products are for exports primarily, and some of those products, I believe, they export to Europe as well. So, and then right next to it, it's a factory. It's like a very small factory where they're building huaraches, like the huarache sandals. I posted a picture of a big pile of huaraches, and most people thought I was bringing a couple of hundred of them to sell over here. No, I just took a picture and I just posted it. But it was very interesting how they're all handmade and handcrafted huaraches. Just some additional pictures from their performance in the evening at the plaza, and then top right is their inside the museum, and just some extra pictures. Sister cities. Okay, and actually, let me see if I can play this real quick. And so here's the information also for, for people that might want to get additional information. What is Sister Cities International? That is the website, sistercities.org. Or also you can log in and look for, if you want to find out what the sister cities for Livingston are, for Modesto, for San Francisco, for San Jose, you can find that on the website as well. And that's the end. So basically, that is part of the work that we've been doing with the Sister Cities program. And in the next couple of months, we're expecting to have the city of Jalostotitlan and Chorincio visit the city of Livingston and this community, not only to come and visit their residents that live here, but also to kind of learn more about what Livingston does, what are some of the potential business opportunities here in Livingston, and potentially create some business partnerships besides cultural awareness and educational and other type of exchanges between sister cities. Council, are there any questions? Before I go to the public for any questions, comments? Are there any questions in regards to the presentation or about the Sister City program in the chamber?
Good evening, Council. Well, I just want to say I want to thank Mayor Moran for inviting me to on a trip. I was going to go on vacation, and I changed the date so I could meet up with you guys in Chorincio, Changuitiro, and Torrecillas, which is, like you said, Chorincio is the main city, and that's what we've been having requests probably since the last 10 years for Livingston to be sister cities with Chorincio since the main city. And even though I think 30-40% of the community is from those three communities, and so I guess it's well deserved. They've been asking for many years, and thankfully, I know Diego and Jairo's family is from over there too as well, right? So hey, I'm very grateful that the city has become. Actually the sister cities. I went to Wakame, Japan, in 2004. The council sent me because everybody was up for re-election, so. I got the chance to go. The mayor back then, I know Mayor Paul Samra was up for re-election, and everybody else was too as well. So it was a good experience as well. They used to come. I think it was every 2 years or every other year we would go or they'd come back, and so we went along with the junior high school and the middle school and the high school students as well that year. So it was very well. Jackie, I know that she was here when we got to go, and. Even though she didn't go, Patricia Marshall went with us. And now, like I said, I'm pretty thankful that Zapotlanejo, there's many residents here. I don't know, probably around 100 residents or a little bit more from the city of Zapotlanejo, and also the city of Jalos. I know there's a few residents here, and also I know Turlock has a lot of people residents from Jalostitlan. So, and they've been requesting that as well. I know, but Turlock, I don't know why they haven't done it, but like I said, we're just thankful that we can, like I said, welcome business over here. It's about friendship. I think that's what Sister Cities is all about. And I'm very thankful. Like I said, we toured the dam, which is in the community of Changuitiro, right next to Changuitiro. And the community is very proud of the dam. It was broken and they remodeled it. I know the state and the federal government paid for that. So I thought it was pretty small, but it actually is it'll hold a lot of water. Even though most of the state is going through a drought right now, and I guess the water came north, so we're thankful for that. But hopefully, it'll rebound and they get a wet year this year too as well. So I'm very thankful for the invitation, and like I said, I was able to spend a few days with you guys. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments in the chamber?
Hello, Diego Castillo, resident from Livingston and also resident of Chorincio. So I'll recap a little bit of what the mayor said. Livingston community members believe a large percentage of the Livingston residents have roots to Chorizo, Michoacan. The sister programs allows for the exchange of cultural ideas, the exchange of resources, opportunities for economic development. The sister city relationships enable communities to realize and strengthen cultural and historical bonds, increase youth education opportunities. For example, with one of the other sister cities, they have a boxing program, and they mentioned the possibility in the future of bringing boxing students from those communities to the U.S. or California or Livingston to train, and vice versa. Maybe we get our residents from here that want to visit Chorizo or Jalos or Zapotanejo, and they go down there and train, so that our youth gets the opportunity to be international athletes. Develop diverse communities, collaborate, tackling emergent issues. Same issues we have here with water, health, the same issues we have here in our community. They're battling, and they're coming up with unique opportunities, and sometimes with less resources than us to overcome some of those challenges. So that allows us to see how sometimes we're able to accomplish more by just getting some feedback from the community and everybody getting behind a problem or a certain goal. Promote peace through mutual respect, cooperation, understanding, one individual, one community at a time. I know Councilmember Mann's not here, but I believe it was his first time into Maine, Mexico, and his comment was that his culture and our culture are very similar. So I mentioned to him that it would be nice to the possibility of doing something similar with India, so we get to know more of our Indian community and our residents. And we hope this partnership encourages residents both in Livingston and Chorizo to visit. I know I have friends and family that haven't been to Chorizo for 20, 25 years, and for multiple reasons. So we're hoping by having a community here and in Chorizo with resources and information, it'll make the people that have been thinking or possibly would like to visit Chorizo make that decision a lot easier. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Yes.
Good evening.
Is there a limit for how many sister cities you can have? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was one question. And then the other thing is, yes, my family is from Changuitiro, part of Chorizo, but I was just wanting to share that being a sister city, it reminded me, I think I've been a long time Livingston resident, pretty much my whole life. I went to Yamato, and I remember, I had to look it up to make sure that I remembered. I was like, is it how I remember? But I remember having a sister city with Japan. I think it was Oga, 94. I looked it up. And I remember, I don't know if the schools still do this, but it was, we had PayPals. I remember we would write to the PayPals in Japan. And I remember, I don't remember his name now, but I remember he used to share stories that they couldn't have cats wherever he lived. So, I mean, something super small, but it had a great impact. So I feel like if the community's still doing that, I mean, I think that's great. I mean, it had a big impact on me when I was in second or third grade back in '94. So definitely in support for more sister cities if it's possible.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? All right, bringing it back to the dais. Anyone on the phone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. It'll be 2 years on August 31st since the homicide of Navneet Singh Aulik, who was taken away from his family too soon after being gunned down during a walk 1 mile away from his parents' home. 3 months after his death, the family was given hope in December 2022 by the Livingston Police Department on a potential suspect with a debriefing plan that was later taken back due to the lack of sufficient evidence. Since December 22, despite multiple phone calls and voicemails left to the lead detective on the case and interim chief of police to receive updates on the case, we have not heard from them in over a year. This lack of communication is not only a fail to our family, but a fail to the community as a whole. Safety is in jeopardy with the suspect still out there. We need justice. Navneet leaves behind two beautiful children who are left without their father due to a cowardly crime. I am requesting for the City Council's help in seeking justice for my family and have the Livingston Police Department do a better job in communicating with the grieving family that has been left unanswered. Feel our pain, feel our loss, help us find the suspect responsible for taking his life away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any additional comments in regards to the item, to the Sister Cities presentation and program? Any additional comments on the phone? Okay, hearing none, coming back to the chamber, back to the dais at 8:06. Council, any additional comments?
I just have a question in regards to funding the trips to Mexico. And I did hear it mentioned that there was an invitation going out to either residents or elected on going on these trips. So if this is a collaboration between the City of Livingston, which would be us, I believe that many of the discussion should take place on the dais. And I'm not sure how this was funded, if this was a personal contribution, or if the City of Livingston did pay for some of this trip. And if so, why wasn't it discussed openly in public?
So just to answer your question, and I think the point is, this is part of a program that was started and this council voted unanimously last year to participate in. The only cost to the city on these trips is to the elected officials, which is myself, or in this case, Councilmember Mann when he participated back in November. Everybody else that is part of the delegation, as whether they're business people or people or residents from that area, they pay their own way. And that is the only cost to the city. And then also, so this is pretty much like participating at a conference. If I, as an elected official, if I want to attend a conference, I normally, there's a budget that is allowed, that is in the budget already, included in the budget, to where I can request them to participate in that conference, and that is normally not something that is brought to the council for discussion. Just like when you attend conferences, it's something that you don't have to bring to the council to be able to get approved, because that is, I'm assuming that you would be attending that conference for educational purposes, and this would be something very similar. But if you need additional information on how the Sister City program works, just make sure that you communicate with me, and I can, or you can visit the Sister City's website, and then you'll be able to provide or obtain more information about how the program actually works.
Also, I believe it's 2 months ago, you had requested, when you talked about business opportunities, you asked maybe the audience if anybody had a warehouse where potential growth can happen for economic development. What was that consideration for?
Yes, for an opportunity to bring a business, an additional business into the city of Livingston. But obviously, businesses don't get built overnight, and they're not going to get done in 2 months. But that is still in the works, and I'm still working on that, and I'm still working to try and bring not only one, but a couple of other additional business opportunities into the community to be able to provide some employment opportunities and additional tax revenue to the city and the county. Council, any other questions? Hearing none, we're moving forward. Going back to citizen comments. This section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the city council on any item not on the agenda. Members of the public, when recognized by the mayor, should come forward to the lectern and identify themselves. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes. In accordance with state open meeting laws, no action will be taken by the city council this evening. Citizen comments at this time are only for items that are not on the agenda. If you have a comment that is in regards to an item on the agenda, you would need to wait until that item comes up. Is there any citizen comments on the phone for any items not on the agenda? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, are there any citizen comments for any items not on the agenda in the chamber?
Good evening, everyone.
Good
My name is
evening.
Shapchit, local resident. I know at the last council meeting, I believe Councilmember Roth, you had requested, not 100% sure, for a water study to be done related to just city's usage of water, looking at industry usage of water too. I know you guys had approved that motion at the time. Just noticed it's not on the agenda right now. Is that something that's coming up? Because it's not here today. Just want to ask what the status of that motion and study on water.
I do believe that is something that is coming up on a future agenda, but it is not on this agenda because there's studies that need to be done, reports made, but it is something I do believe that it's on a future agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any additional citizen comments on any items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, bringing it back to the dais. Next, we have announcements and reports. Supervisor Rodrigo Espinosa, announcements and reports.
Good evening, Council, again. Buenas noches a todos. I just want to say that we had a board meeting last Tuesday last week, and we approved a contract, well, actually a CPI increase for waste management. Thank you. For waste management, which was a 3.4 increase, and that's for all the garbage users out in the county, not in the cities. Obviously, the city has Jilton, so 3.41 increase for the next year. Just as you guys approve a yearly CPI increase for usually for Jilton as well. But I just wanted to say is that most of the board meeting was on, the closing of the fire station, which includes Livingston and Livingston McKee Station, which serves UC Merced. And that one's, the complaint there is that UC Merced doesn't want to pay anything. And so they're delaying closing that till October 1st if they don't discuss anything, or, if UC Merced doesn't sit down with them as well, with us as well. And the other one is Dos Palos. Dos Palos, the city is going to close, and then they'll leave 4 miles north, which is Dos Palos Y. That station will stay open. And also Balico, Balico and Cressy, which, it'll end up closing the Cressy station, and we'll leave Balico, which to me makes more sense leaving Cressy, which is like right in the middle between us, right? So that'll serve with both communities, but that's CAL FIRE is the one that makes the decisions on that, and we, end up endorsing what they recommend. So hopefully this council will approve something. I know that we've been in discussions for years, but hasn't been any tentatively agreed, and I would recommend the council, whether you believe, you're responsible for 60% of the calls, or more or less, that you submit something for the county, so that way our fire station here will not close. Like I said, we ended up talking for about 2 hours on this item, and I know that many residents here were there. And I want to thank the mayor and vice mayor for there, and then Councilmember Soto was there too as well. So I want to thank you for coming and expressing your feelings. And I know, like I said, nobody wants to lose a fire station here, especially, it's a big community, and we don't want our, obviously, our insurance rates to go up as well. So, but it's mainly about safety, right? So hopefully, we don't want a fire truck coming from Delhi or Balico, which, every minute it's a life saving. So hopefully, like I said, again, we can resolve this and, approve something that they will submit to the county before the end of June. We also had a Department of Public Works update regarding the Veterans Hall construction upgrades. And I got an email yesterday regarding there's a plan review check for the upgrades to the Veterans Hall here in Livingston. In July 15, we'll have the first plan check, and in August, we'll have a second plan check, and then construction will start after August, and then hopefully construction will end in sometime in November. So like I said, and also we have on the agenda for next week that there's to move some funds from the Dale Hill Hall in Dos Palos over to the Livingston Veterans Hall, so that way in case there's any overruns on expenses, so hopefully we can get those finally, that remodelization for the Veterans Hall. And also, I know you guys have an agenda for solar lights here, I think for $31,000. If those are approved, I'll submit them to the county so we can use my discretionary funds. I also have, I have the $40,000 that we don't want to lose before the end of June. So hopefully, if the Veterans Hall has any a use for another fridge or more newer tables or chairs, I can also purchase with because it's infrastructure. So I can use those funds to buy new items. The Los Banos May Fair is May 1st to Cinco de Mayo. Goes all the way to Cinco de Mayo. So hopefully, you guys, the residents can attend the May Fair in Los Banos. Again, discretionary funds. If I use those $40,000, I will get $40,000 more in July when the budget's approved. Actually, in June, it's submitted, and then we approve the budget in September. So I have another $40,000, which for last year I have $40,000. So actually, altogether is $120,000, but I don't want to lose the first $40,000. So that's why we have this item on here. And I just want to remind everybody that we'll have my District 1 Town Hall meeting tomorrow night right here in this council chamber. So everybody, I am inviting everybody to attend, ask questions regarding roads, fire, or anything else that you might have of any of our departments in the county. So with that, that's all my comments. Any questions from the council?
Council, any questions?
Mr. Supervisor, just so you know, for your town hall, we will live stream the town hall meeting for you.
Yeah.
It will be live streamed.
Yeah, thank you. And I also want to thank Chris and the council for, allowing me to, have it here. I know you guys had somebody else planned before, but I requested it here because that way you guys have the live feed, and also we can have Facebook. The county runs it on Facebook. We have our own Facebook page, so that way we have more viewers for the community. So I know we were going to have it at the community center, but I think this is a better location, so thank you. Any questions from the public? Nada? Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me. You did mention the discretionary funds, so I appreciate that for our item that's on the agenda. But one thing you did in your presentation to us is that you mentioned that you have it left over from 22, 23?
Yeah, the 40,000, yeah.
Okay, and then you just allotted about 32,000 to a project for Livingston, and then you'll have an upcoming 40,000.
I have 40,000 from last year, and then 40,000 when the budget's approved this year. So that's like a total 120 that I can use all towards my district. But the agenda that you have is the first $31,000 that I'm going to be using if it moves forward, and I can submit it and then approved by the board, allocated by the board before June. Before the 1st of July.
Okay, because I know of that I've heard at you at several occasions, like in Planada and even in our council chambers, discuss how that you could, or that how residents or organizations can utilize your discretionary funds. However, there was never a mention on how we can access that. So I want to, if that could be explained on how, so that people can actually access it rather than keep carrying it over. You know that we have something coming up. If people know that they can, because it's been mentioned that, you know, we can use it towards the arts, the last presentation that came before the council, or the VFW that's coming up, and if it's necessary on top of what the county, what you promised from the county, if any more funds are there, we'd like to take advantage of that before you don't have an opportunity to spend it.
Okay, the discretionary fund policy is on the website. So it's for infrastructure projects. We used to be able to, before I came on board, they used to give it out to the high schools anywhere, you know, $500 here, $1,000 here. But then it was canceled for a few years, and then it brought back, and so they changed the board changed the policy. You know, I was against it because, like I said, obviously we can help more people, more residents, but you know, they made it tighter because you know, we would like to see a more, mean more when you do infrastructure or buy items for, you know, community centers or veterans halls or for whatever. So, but that policy is on the website regarding the use of discretionary funds. And I've been expressing it everywhere I go because I want people to request those funds, but there hasn't been good viable projects. So that's why, like I said, I'm saying it again. I got all these funds. If not, then I'll be glad to pass it on to Jim Pacheco or your next supervisor after. But you know, but we have to use it. Otherwise, when he comes in, he won't be able to use some of this, like $40,000 right now. So we want to make sure that we use it. This $40,000 or the second $40,000. Okay.
So from last year, you didn't have any applicants from the
No.
city of Planada?
No. I was talking to Superintendent Jose Gonzalez because he wanted to use it on sidewalks. So he's been having issues with the county's requesting him to install sidewalks in front of a kindergarten. But like I said, I expressed that I still have some. So even if I give to Livingston, I still have another, you know, 40,000 plus, you know, out of those funds. So there's funds available still. Okay.
Also, during your report, you did discuss the meeting from last week in regards to fire services. During that meeting, there wasn't any discussion on what you, as a representative of Livingston, what do you think Livingston's portion should be paid? What is your opinion?
Equity, like you said. It's just, you know, I'm on the side of the county. I'm on the side of the city because obviously I live here. But you know, the council is the one that votes, not me, for Livingston. So, you know, I think everything should be equity. So if the city uses 60%, they should pay 60%. You know, but I'm only one vote. When I vote, I'm going to vote on that side, whether it's 1-4 or 5-1 or 5-0. You know, either way. So.
And when did you first learn about the discussions, how they changed between, I want to say, February up until last meeting, items on the agenda? The discussion kind of shifted.
Without me knowing. So, like I said, sometimes, you know, it comes to the board, usually the CEO or our staff changes the items, and it just, when it comes up on the agenda, that's when I find out and ask questions. But, you know, like I said, it's on the agenda. I don't want to talk too much dialogue right now, and then we can always discuss more on the agenda on the fire, so, okay?
Of course, it was during your report, so I just wanted to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have city staff announcements and reports. So we have Robert Nguyen, fire apparatus engineer from with the fire department update. And then after that, we're going to do item number 13, which will be the discussion and direction on City of Livingston Fire Services.
Mayor, council, good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Nguyen. I work for Merced County Fire Department, and I serve the community of Livingston. This fire department report has nothing to do with the agenda item number 13. This is just a general update of the current calls that we've been running. It's been maybe about 3 months since the last time that I've been up here. I kind of wanted to take a different angle than I have before with showing pictures and all the different ways that we can be involved in the community. And this is going to be really more education based on how to keep people protected in the home. This is also what the fire department consists of, with educating the public on how to stay safe when it comes to anything that can start a fire in your home. One thing to mention in listening to some of the things that were going on with the sister cities relationships, as well as the Livingston High School awards. Congratulations to Livingston High School. But something stuck out to me, and there's two words that I really want to capture that I heard multiple times through the awards as well as the sister cities. One word is partnership and the other word is relationship. And I think that that's something that we really need to focus on moving forward for the best interest of the community and the best interest of everyone that is involved in what we are trying to accomplish, which is give the people exactly what they need. Partnerships and relationships. So this is our emergency activity report up to date. This was 3/27/2024 when I had to submit this over for the agenda. The current calls, total calls for the city of Livingston are 541. That was tallied approximately an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. And the total city calls are at 349. And if you were to take the total number of city calls, you're sitting at about 65% of the calls, total calls, are for the city of Livingston. As the slide shows, at 438, this was done back on 3/27. PCF response to the incidents were at 60%, and station coverage is about 3%. So as I had shared in previous meetings, PCF program for the entire county is really important to us. They do help with additional needs on incidents that we do run for emergencies, and incidents within our initial area are about 88%. We do get called out to Atwater. We do get called out to other areas in Merced County to service those areas as well, since we are Merced County Fire Department. So some city equipment updates. For those of you that don't know, the city does own a 1990 fire truck. It's a 55-foot ladder truck. It approximately has about 15,000 miles on it. Last year, I spent $20,000 on a piece of equipment that didn't really go anywhere. And the city also owns a Type 2 fire engine that can hold 2 comfortably, 3 people very uncomfortably. That's a 2000. It approximately has about 16,000 miles on it. And the most current fire engine that the city owns is a Type 6 fire engine that was built in 2017 with about 12,000 miles on it. And that is a part of the statewide mutual aid agreement that allows it to serve statewide as a resource. So all city fire engines are up to date with their 90-day safety inspections. We run it parallel with the policy that CAL FIRE has in place to ensure that we're meeting all the DOT requirements and CAL FIRE policy to ensure that all of our equipment is meeting the standard. Engine 96E1 was in the shop. We received it back. We got some things replaced on it. We got it pump tested. We got new LED code 3 light bar. We're getting rid of some of the older things that are on it and putting newer equipment on it to make it better. It's a pretty old piece of equipment. It has definitely reached its frontline engine status. New hand tools coming for all 3 fire engines. I have been here almost 11 months. And in the time that I've been here, I've really wanted to put a personal touch on it and ensure that the city equipment is running parallel with Merced County and CAL FIRE, and it's definitely taken a lot of work. We also got 1 3/4 fire hose that runs parallel with Merced County. It's True ID fire hose. For those of you that don't know, fire hose is a very, very, very vital piece of the equipment that allows us to combat the structure fires that we have. And having the right hose along with the right nozzle package really, really allows us to do our job. And seconds matter. Seconds matter in our line of field, and it's really important. I've also worked with the finance team with the city of Livingston to acquire some new LED scene lighting, both the 1990 and 2000 equipment that is owned by the city was pretty outdated with some of the scene lighting, so I wanted to upgrade everything to LED so we can actually see on the side of the road when the city equipment is being utilized to give us the best chance of providing care in the situations where it's lights out. So predominantly, this PowerPoint is going to be focused on fire prevention and education. Most of our job is reactive. Someone calls 911, we respond. This is a component of our job that I believe that we can do a much better job at all the way across the American Fire Service, not just Livingston, not just Merced County, but entirely across the country. And it's really important to focus on some of these fire prevention and education things. It's our job to share that message with you. It's the council's job to create the platform for us to educate the public and so forth and so on. So hopefully you learned something. If you know some of these things, great. If you don't know some of these things, please feel free to reach out to the fire department so we can assist you and help you get those things dialed away. Excuse me. So appliance, electrical, and garage fire safety. Majority of the residents in Livingston have garages. I'm assuming that everybody has a washer and dryer, and I'm assuming that everybody has appliances in their home. Most of the time, people have these appliances plugged into things that are or shouldn't be plugged into. So you always want to plug your major appliances, your refrigerators, your stoves, your washers and dryers directly into the wall outlet. Depending on what type of electrical extension cords that you have, they might not be rated for a certain capacity, which could become a fire hazard. So you want to install tamper-resistant electrical outlets if you have young children. You want to use power strips that have internal overload protection, and you want to store oil, gasoline, paints, propane, and varnishes in the shed away from your home. A 20-minute fire-rated door that is self-closing and self-latching from the garage into your house. I share all these things because they're really important. These are ways that we can prevent fires and or keep the fires at bay for us to get there to mitigate the situation in a timely manner. Battery, candle, and cooking fire safety. So batteries, there's been a huge increase of battery-operated devices. I think you can almost find anything that operates off of battery nowadays. The thing that we're finding out about some of these batteries is that they have spontaneous combustion. So although they are built and they're tested, if they're not maintained and or stored properly, they could have spontaneous combustion, which could create a fire inside of your home. So we always encourage people to stop using lithium-ion batteries if you notice an odor, change in color, too much heat, change in shape, leaking, or odd noises. Don't put lithium-ion batteries in direct sunlight or keep them in hot cars. This is a fire risk. We always want to blow out candles when you leave a room or home or when you go to bed. I know I've done it. I'm guilty of it. I'm tired. I got kids at home, and the candles on the counter. My wife is a huge fan of the fragrance candles, and she leaves them burning all night. There has been many records of candles creating fatality fires, and we don't want any of that in Livingston. So make sure you get out of bed. If you think that you left the candle lit, take that extra second to go check, put the cap on it, or blow it out. Keep candles at least 12 inches away from anything that burns. Turn pot handles toward the back of the stove so that no one can bump them or pull them over. Watch what you are cooking. Fire start when the heat is too high. If you see any smoke or the grease starts to boil, turn the burner off. Stand by your pan. If you leave the kitchen, turn the burner off. So in the fire department, when we cook a meal, it's very important that we just don't run to the fire engine and get on the fire engine, because whatever's on the stove cooking is going to wind up being burnt and could potentially cause a fire. So we follow those same rules. And believe it or not, yes, it has happened. Fire stations have burned down from things being left on the stove. So it's really important that we take note of these things and we share them with the people that we love and that we care about. It matters. So fire safety for children. CAL FIRE has a program. It's the Youth Fire Setter program. Believe it or not, children are receptive and have learned behavior. So if they see adults smoking cigarettes, they see adults starting fires, camping fires, or warming fires, they try to imitate those same exact things. So it's really important that we educate the young children who may be or may have access to some of those different devices. So have a plan. Talk to your children who cannot get outside by themselves. You will need to wake babies and very young children to help them get out. In your plan, talk about who will help each child get out safely. The fire department, what I would love to do for the city of Livingston is for any of you that want to reach out, we can actually create an exit drill in the home with you. We can educate you on the best way, depending on where the fire started, on how to get out of your home, how to create a meeting point, have different points of contact for people for you to call in the event of an emergency. We want to be able to give you those tools now so you're not having to question those things when that time does come. God forbid it ever does happen. It is important to find 2 ways out of every room in your home in case the first exit is blocked or dangerous to use. Stay low and get to your exit if you smell or see smoke or if your smoke alarm sounds. How many of you have smoke alarms in your home? How many of you change batteries? Hardwired. Great. A lot of them have battery backups inside the hardwired devices. But it's really important if you ever have any questions regarding any of your smoke alarms, your carbon monoxide detectors, or your fire extinguishers, the fire department has a fire extinguisher prop. We could set up a time to where the community and the residents can learn how to properly use a fire extinguisher. That's what we want to do for you. Those devices are really important. And once you get out, this is a big thing, don't go back inside for anything. Do not. If your house catches on fire, please do not go back inside to try to grab anything. If you're out, stay out. This is another big one, fire safety for people with disabilities. I've been in numerous medical aids within the city of Livingston, and there unfortunately is a lot of people that are dealing with a lot of different disabilities. These people matter just as much as people without disabilities. Physical disability was the second leading human factor contributing to fatalities in residential buildings. It's almost 30%. That's a huge number. So it's really important that we take this information and we share it with those people that are a little bit unfortunate or dealing and struggling with any type of disabilities. If possible, live near an exit. If you are deaf or hard of hearing, use smoke alarms with a vibrating pad, flashing light, or strobe light. These accessories start when your alarms sound. Have smoke alarms on every level of your home, inside bedrooms and outside sleeping areas. If you live in a multi-story home, sleep on the first floor. And please, again, call your fire department. If you have a family member or yourself are dealing with a short or a long-term disability, you can notify us and say that you're not ambulatory, you're unable to move, you're in a wheelchair, you need a walker for assistance. And we can notify our ECC as well as the neighboring stations if we respond to this specific house that there is a person with disability in there. They are hard of hearing, they can't see, they're blind, and we can adjust accordingly to ensure that that person is accounted for. Fire safety for older adults. I think Mayor Pro Tem mentioned how much energy the younger kids had in here from the Livingston High School, and this falls right into that. We're all getting older. All of us have parents, all of us have aunts and uncles, and so forth and so on, that are just getting older. In 2020, older adults 65 and up in the United States had a 2.5 times greater risk of dying in a fire than the total population. And these studies, it's really, really important to highlight that all of us are at risk, not just because you're 65 or older. And it's important that the individuals that are within any community are getting a level of service that is required for them to minimize those greater risks. Discuss your fire escape plan with your family and neighbors. Contact your building manager or fire department to discuss your plan if you need extra help escaping. Caregivers should check the smoke alarms, or those who are unable to do it themselves. Please call the fire department if you need help changing out your batteries. We will come and do it for you and educate you on your systems. Use a timer to remind you that you are cooking. If you use a walker or wheelchair, check all exits to be sure that you can go through the doorways. Hoarding and fire safety. So, hoarding is a big deal. It's really important. We respond to medical aids in the city of Livingston and throughout the county, and we see houses where you have to walk sideways to get to someone's back bedroom or restroom. And it's really important to know that the capacity of these houses are not meant to hold this much fuel. That's what everything is inside of your home. If it gets hot enough, it will burn. And then we're not able to do our job accordingly, or it makes our job that much more difficult to have to go through and search for potential victims and or find the fire. So keep that in mind. Everybody talks about the big spring cleaning. It's important that we do get a lot of that hoarding out of our house. Personal items can crowd cooking equipment, making it unsafe to cook. Personal items can crowd heating equipment, putting you at risk of having a fire. Those are specific to the space heaters that people use. Blocked windows and doors make it difficult for firefighters to get into your home to fight the fire and search for occupants, and keep doorways and windows clear for escape in case there is a fire. This will also prevent injuries from falling over excessive personal items. So that concludes the educational component. I do have this in a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe I can create a link for the council and or the city staff to put it in different languages to be able to push this out to the community. This is really, really important. But I do want to take a second to recognize some of the Merced County fire pay call firefighters. We have a total of 5 of them that have completed their PCF task book. So we have DeVern Cohen, Marcus Cohen, Maynard Cohen, Waylon Cohen, and Michael Torres. It's really important to recognize the hard work that these individuals have done. Merced County puts them through all of their EMS, their confined space, their hazardous materials, first responder operations, as well as a basic fire academy. They get a task book upon completion of that, and then they go to the stations that they are assigned to, and they receive training from the company officers there. Until they are proficient, they go through a final testing evolution, and once they complete that testing evolution with a satisfactory score, they become fully qualified pay call firefighters for the county of Merced. So I definitely want to congratulate all of them on working through that process for Merced County Fire. So thank you. And lastly, there's a pancake breakfast. I'm not sure if any of you have seen a flyer going around. Merced County Fire Department in the city of Livingston is hosting the Livingston Volunteer Fire Company, which is partnering with United Way. It's a nonprofit to their annual pancake breakfast. The pancake breakfast will be held on Saturday, May 4th, 2024, from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Please reach out to the fire department staff or any member of the Livingston Volunteer Fire Company to receive your raffle ticket. I do believe that there's going to be a raffle during that time. Please come and eat. Please come and support your local nonprofit, Livingston Volunteer Fire Company. And lastly, united we stand, divided we fall. A government that's divided equals a society that's divided. So let's make sure that we all stand together and give everybody what they need, which is the highest level of service. With that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, are there any comments, questions? Well, Robert, I do want to say thank you for the presentation and thank you for always advocating for educating the community and being prepared. I seen the work that you do throughout the community, and now residents are becoming, I guess, more aware of all the other things that the people in the fire department do, not just, respond to calls. So I really do appreciate that. And I know that probably soon someone will be meeting with you in regards to a program to go out and install fire alarms in the community. But they will probably reach out sometime within the next couple of weeks or so. And I would, hopefully, if I'm able to, I can participate and support that program and anything else that entitles educating the community in regards to fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can let Chief White speak to American Red Cross and Sound the Alarm event. He has a lot more information regarding what Red Cross can do for the community of Livingston. And
thank you. Council, any other questions, comments? Well, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have a discussion item as requested by council, item number 13, discussion and direction on City of Livingston Fire Services.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item, number 13, I've got a brief presentation to go over the status of this item and where we stand today. Just by way of background, you'll recognize this slide. A lot of these points were discussed a couple months ago. The issue at hand tonight, so Merced County has informed the city that it will need to contribute $750,000 to accommodate additional staffing needed at Livingston Station 96. The new staffing levels are because of directives from Sacramento. In the absence of $750,000 from the city, the county recommends the closure of Livingston Station 96. The last signed agreement between the City of Livingston and Merced County Fire for Protection Services expired in 1995. The city is currently desiring to partner with the county on the submittal of a SAFER grant, which would fund additional staffing needed at Station 96 for a limited term. A new sales tax measure may generate additional opportunities for the City of Livingston to enter into its own agreement with neighboring fire agencies, develop its own fire department, or other alternatives. The City of Livingston has provided Merced County with two viable proposals, one supported by CAL FIRE firefighters and CAL FIRE management. Additional background on this item. On February 7th, 2023, an item was brought forward to the council for the fire staffing augmentation at a cost of $399,903. That item was pulled from the agenda by previous management staff. On March 7th, 2023, Merced County informed the city that it would need to provide $750,000 of funding for the additional 2.0 level of staffing. The city was provided a memo from CAL FIRE regarding changes of the minimum staffing level with no justification for increase from $400,000. Now that was as it relates to Merced County, and the difference between in February providing the $400,000 and then on March providing an increase of $750,000. So that $350,000 difference is yet to be known as to why. Since that time, the city has been requesting budget information and details related to the proposed increase and an equitable split. The council appointed Mayor Pro Tem Gurpal Samra and Councilmember Jason Roth to a sales tax ad hoc committee to fund services for the additional staffing needed. On April 9th, 2024, the county recommended the closure of Station 96. Since that time, which was just a week ago, the city manager's office has provided an additional option for the County Board of Supervisors to consider. I'd like to just take a minute because it's perfect timing. Robert's presentation tonight was not planned by any means to occur with this item. We have our agenda planned significant amount of time in advance. And so Robert's presentation tonight was just so happened to happen tonight. But as you can see, the partnership between the line level personnel that are serving our community is strong. So we've got Robert that's a part of our management team meeting every week, and he's at these meetings talking about the opportunities that exist in the community. So I think that's really relevant to know because as far as I think the management team sees it, Robert's an extension of the management team because he is a part of that. I'd also like to thank Battalion Chief Brian White, who we meet consistently, we talk consistently, and we talk about the things that need to happen with the fire department and what we can do to leverage these resources. So you can see, as Robert mentioned, Battalion Chief White is aware of the items that the City of Livingston is doing to invest in its own equipment. So it's got its own engines, and we're getting it to the level that it needs to be at just for the sake of community response. So I really want to thank Robert and Battalion Chief Brian White for the partnership, so thank you. A little bit of more background, because we've talked a lot about different things throughout our council meetings. Master tax sharing agreement. Within that agreement, It does stipulate that fire parcel tax revenues and any future annexation would be retained by the county. And that does limit the city's options in terms of what it can do to provide services to the community and what mechanism it does that. General fund contribution in fiscal year 22-23, the city allocated just under $150,000 in expenditures to do many of the things that Robert talked about earlier tonight. The proposal from the county means that the city would need to allocate an additional $750,000 of new revenue that the city currently does not have. I should also mention here that the city has never been unwilling or undesiring of talking about the allocation of additional revenues to the county. It's always wanted to have a conversation about getting to the right level of staffing. Policy considerations for the council include master tax sharing language, fire parcel tax. Again, having the county retain that fire parcel tax limits the city of Livingston's ability to provide services outside of Merced County, or without the use of Merced County being a middle person. A potential sales tax measure that we're getting ready to kick off polling in the next few weeks. The survey is being finalized. In addition to that, opportunities for service delivery and alternative forms. We've talked about the need to go to 3-0 staffing. That's really the standard across the state of California. Merced County is the only agency that does allow for 1-0 staffing. So that is, it's a firefighter safety issue as well as just having adequate response in the community. There are equity concerns. So the $1 million of fire parcel tax revenue plus the $750,000 that's being requested by the county totals about $1.8 million of total costs. There are concerns because Station 96 does respond to calls in the city as well as outside the county. So there are some equity concerns about what level of funding is appropriate from the city of Livingston and from the county. And then finally, what is the appropriate level of staffing for fire department response? So one of the big policy considerations for the council is what level of service does it desire to provide to the community of Livingston? This isn't to disparage Merced County, but having fire staffing services provided through Merced County via CAL FIRE locks the city into the model that it provides throughout the county. There are some policy options that the council has to provide a different level of staffing, including 3-0, to the community that may come up in the future. Additional background on the Sales Tax Ad Hoc Committee. They were appointed on August 15, 2023. They reviewed preliminary reviews of projected revenues with a sales tax measure. They provided a recommendation to the council on polling firms to do polling on a potential sales tax measure, which the council did adopt earlier this year. And the council did select a polling firm, and that survey is currently being drafted. So in the staff report, there's additional details, but there are 2 proposals that have been provided to the county. Option number 1, which is the one that was provided to the county on Friday, is a stopgap funding measure. We've identified, with the help of Assistant Chief Mark Pimentel, about total cost being about $28,000 to $30,000 a month via overtime. This would give us enough time to determine whether the county was successful in achieving or obtaining the SAFER grant. During that time, or with the proposal of the SAFER grant, that would provide the necessary funding to get the city of Livingston up to the 2-0 level, with time to identify what that funding mechanism looks like after year 3. Proposal item 2 splits the cost via calls for service, which was the agenda item that was provided back in February of 2023. Based on information from the county, total station costs total $2.3 million. When we look at the split based on calls for service, Livingston's proportion would be $1.4 million, and Merced County's proportion would be $897,000. That's been a proposal that's been talked about for a while now, and so we're waiting on feedback from the county for those proposals. Proposal number one provides consistency, it stops the community emergency, and it provides coverage to the county and city. So this shouldn't be looked at purely as just a Livingston solution. This is really about a Merced County solution. We know that Station 96 being one of the top 2 stations in the entire county plays a critical role in emergency response when we look at the fire response system. This is supported by Merced County Fire Chief and the Assistant Chief, so Merced County Fire Management, as well as supported by CAL FIRE firefighters. I do want to take a moment here to again highlight the relationships that have been solidified with Battalion Chief Brian White and also Battalion Chief Justin Chaplin. Obviously, when we talk about solutions, we talk about prioritizing community safety and really doing what we can to prioritize public safety, as well as also ensuring that personnel is appropriately taken care of as much as we can. So again, I'd like to thank Battalion Chief Brian White, Battalion Chief Justin Chaplin, as well as Assistant Chief Mark Pimentel for collaboratively coming together for a solution for Merced County. Proposal 2 aims to establish equity. It is a longer-term agreement, and it aims to get the county to provide their fair share of costs. So final remarks on this item. The county, I think, has or will be submitting a SAFER grant in partnership. The county's taking the lead on that. The existing fire parcel tax revenue is retained by the county to the tune of about $1 million. The policy level discussion for the council is what is the council's desired level of fire service for community. We talked about the need from a management perspective to get to 3.0 staffing. With the survey that will be kicked off in the near term, we will determine resident sentiment related to fire service, potential tax, so on and so forth. Additionally, their policy priority is for this city council is for the council to determine the flexibility for the council to determine what works best for the city of Livingston. The CAL FIRE team has been incredible, Battalion Chief Brian White, and Engineer Robert Wynn. And then finally, our PCFs, as was mentioned earlier, are a key component of the fire response system. With that, that concludes my presentation, Mayor. There's additional details in the staff report, but happy to answer any questions.
Council, are there any questions at this time? Comments? So at this time, I will go out for public comment. If you can please state your name for the record.
My name is Jerry Martin. I live on Vinewood in Livingston, outside of the city limits. I'd like to give a little more background, further than what you brought up. Livingston and the county have been spewing animosity at each other for a long time. And I think the city needs to acknowledge their role in creating a lot of it. In October of 2008, let's go way back, the Livingston City Council approved the 2025 general plan. At that time, Livingston's population was a little over 13,000. The general plan approved by that council said that Livingston would be 100,000 people by 2025. Well, you can see we didn't quite make that goal. The county and Merced was strongly opposed to it. The city's own planning commission voted against it, and the Farm Bureau sued. The city of Livingston lost in court. What a colossal waste of time and money, thousands of dollars down the drain because the council wouldn't listen. And I think that started a lot of the decline in the relationship between the county and the city. Some people here know exactly what I'm talking about. And I bring this up because that animosity is now has life and death consequences for not only the people in Livingston, but people like me that live in the county outside of Livingston, and this is the closest fire station to my house. I'm glad to see there's proposal to fund the fire station temporarily. It needs to be permanent. And I hear a lot of talk about Livingston's fair share and the county wants more, which I agree. Everybody should pay their fair share. But I don't see any acknowledgement of the times the county trucks come into Livingston to help with the inside Livingston call. And I know the city trucks probably go outside and help on other county calls. It's not just numbers, it's the relationship between both the city and the county together, and you guys have to manage that too. And I also think this city council, not this, Livingston city councils in the past years, their record of firing a city manager every time they don't agree with something has left a void in leadership at the top and a lack of continuity across the board. And that lands on the council too. This matter should have never gone to this. The last time you had an agreement was 1995. 1995. You knew this 2-0 was coming. You were told about it a long time ago. And I'm tired of county says this, city says this. You just need to do it. Livingston is a city. It's your job to provide a fire department. And if you can't do it with the county, you need to do it without the county.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments here in the chamber in regards to this item?
I did want to ask, City Manager touched on it a little bit in the presentation. You said that given the current state of how we run fire, we're kind of limited in our options of how we provide those services. And you said there may be potential of us, whether that's now or down the line, just having our own fire department. What would that look like? Is that anything that can happen in the near term? Or are we really locked into both of those options right now to make sure that we don't lose the department? Can I get an answer to that right now or no? How does that work?
What I would suggest is just to go ahead and ask all of your questions, and then we can see if we can respond to those questions. Or is that the only question that you have at this time?
Oh, that's the only question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come up to the podium, please. If you can state your name for the record.
David Thompson. Are those slides on your website, or where are those at? Because those are instructive.
We can send them directly to you. If you've got a business card, you can give to Monica. We'll send it out, but we'll also put it on the agenda backup as well.
Because to me, that's a start of solving the problem. You're putting ideas on the table. So, but I did want to get the slides to show to management. For purposes of full disclosure, I work for Foster Farms, and we're interested in the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments in the chamber at this time?
Mayor, council members, my name is Leticia Vasquez. I had typed a whole thing to talk about, but it seems that now we have some options on the table. And I guess my concern is, and I'm sure that it's difficult to answer, but my concern is what will happen if county says no to all of the options that we are proposing? And do we have a backup plan as to what could happen? Because I know the county is waiting for the grant that they just applied in April, they said. And so that would give us some time to have funding for 3 years, but that's still not a long-term solution for the problem. And so I just want to know, do we have a backup plan onto what we will do if county says, no, we're not going to take that offer? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments in the chamber?
Hi, my name is Flor, and I have a question for the city council and for the mayor. And like, what are you guys doing to help the community so that the community know about this issue, because this is for all the communities. It's not only for you guys. And is there like, how you guys working with the community to inform this information?
Are those all of your questions? So we can,
Yes.
we'll go ahead and respond to all of the questions at the end. We're just taking notes right now. Is there any other additional comments?
Brandon Friesen, resident of Livingston. One of the questions is the proposed tax as far as for, you can get it closer, proposed tax, what kind of tax generation are you looking at as far as dollar amount? Is just to cover what we have coming up, or actually to fund their own department? I know that there's probably different levels of support depending on what the sales tax generation is. And then also tackling, maybe looking at business license as a whole, as far as for to update things that are more for today. You could look back at the code, it goes back several years of businesses that are no longer in business, but we have new businesses that are in as far as new tax generation. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional comments in the chamber at this time? So,
Diego Castillo, just another comment from, or some feedback from the development side. This is why it's important to also have continued growth in the city, because some of the additional growth will help fund some of these needs, like an additional, staffing at the fire department.
thank you. Any additional comments in the chamber? So at this time, I'm going to ask for public comments on the phone. Anyone on the phone with public comments in regards to this discussion item? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, are there any additional comments in the chamber in regards to this item? Questions, comments, concerns? Okay, bringing it back to the dais at 9:07, closing the citizen comments on this item. So there are a couple of questions, and then maybe, I don't know if you want to go ahead and answer some of those questions, or, okay. So I do want to provide some, comments, I guess. And I do understand, and the history is there, the last time the last agreement expired, I think it was 1995, and that was many councils ago, almost 30 years, right? And that is one, personally, and I'm gonna speak for myself, that is one of the things that I noticed when I first came on the council in 2020 as a council member, and a year ago, about a year and a half ago, as a mayor. Bless you. The county and the city of Livingston have not had a tax sharing agreement. They have not had a fire services agreement for a long time. And, it's one of my goals was to, regardless of, I wasn't going to be able to get to the bottom of why things happen or have not happened in 1995 or 2009 or 2008 or whatever that was, My goal was we know what we have pending, or we know what we don't have, which is agreements, and let's just figure out a way to start a conversation and figure out a way to move forward, I was not very successful the first 2 years since 2000. We were not able to get, for 2 years, I was part of the ad hoc committee for the tax sharing agreement. The last tax sharing agreement that came before this council was in 2019. And that was the last time that the Board of Supervisors approved a tax sharing agreement in 2019. I think it was August, September 2019, somewhere around there. And for 2 years, even me being part of the ad hoc committee, we were not successful of having a meeting with the county. Not even just to say hi, for whatever reason, It wasn't until about probably about a year ago or so, that once again we started to reach out, or I started to reach out and say, like, I don't know what's going on. I don't, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna go, and I don't want to be here and blame whoever, right? And there was a speaker earlier that talked about the animosity between the county and the city, and I said, you know what? That's not going to take us anywhere. What we want to do is trying to figure out, we already know what we don't have, and we know what we need to have moving forward. So what can we do to figure things out? And when it came to the tax sharing agreement, I think we formed an ad hoc committee to the tax sharing agreement. I'm a member of that, Mayor Pro Tem also. And I think we had 3 meetings in the last 6, 7, 8 months or so. We had a meeting, the last meeting we had was about 2 months ago, and we had another meeting scheduled for yesterday, April 15, at 4:30 p.m. That meeting was canceled by the county, So it's just so, and I'm trying to figure out, like, why can we not have a conversation? What's wrong with that? I mean, what's so bad about having a conversation? Moving forward, I mean, all I'm asking is this, let's move forward, And it's just, once again, I don't know the history, and I really don't want to go back, I love history, but I don't want to go into this history because it's not going to solve anything. And it's just unfortunate that for whatever reason, there's people that don't really want to come to the table. But as long as we continue not wanting to come to the table, it just makes it more difficult to get things done. So I do want to say that, that this council is trying, and staff, and I appreciate everybody else that has been involved and really willing to try and support, because at the end of the day, it's, kind of going back to what Fire Engineer Robert Wine was just mentioning earlier, is just seconds matter in people's lives. Seconds matter, having or even considering to have a firehouse 12, 15 minutes away to be able to respond to the city of Livingston. I mean, someone's having a heart attack, 12, 15 minutes, it's crucial, it's important, I mean, someone gets into a car accident, is crashed, 15, 20 minutes, and that's just to respond to the city of Livingston. What about to respond to the people out in the county on the east side, the west side, or on the south side of the city of Livingston, out by 140 west side, Lincoln? That's 15, 20 minutes. Just response time. That's huge. And it's we all talk about it, or I mean, we as elected officials, every time there's an elected official running campaigns, they're like, well, I'm all for safety. I'm like, well, this is safety, isn't it? So, all I'm saying is that we're trying. We're doing our best, and are we perfect? That we, maybe people don't like when other people speak their minds. Are we expected to just sit back and just take it? And it's like as other people have said, it's like the city of Livingston right now it's like they have the gun to their head. That's basically what it is. The city of Livingston has never said, we don't want to pay for services. That has never been said by the city of Livingston now. I mean, I can only speak for this council. We just want to, we understand that we have said that I have said that we need 2 fire stations here. 1 is not enough. But obviously that's a long-term plan. But we got to start planning, But right now we got to worry about this 1 fire station and then, going from 1.0 to 2.0 and grow from there. But we have never said that we don't want to pay. There's other fire stations that have in the county that the county is subsidizing that only pay $400,000 out of, out of $1 million or whatever their share is, we're paying over $1 million. And they want to close us down. And we want to pay more, you know? I mean, but it's like, well, you know, I mean, so it's not just, it takes two people to dance. You know, sometimes it takes more. We want to, you know, we're coming to the table. We are at the table. People are not coming to the table. They're not keeping their appointments, their meetings. You know, and you know, there's people out in the community in Merced County that want to have a town hall with all of the supervisors. You know, not just one, or you know, there has been 4 other town hall meetings by the other supervisors, and not one time was that mentioned. I mean, yeah, this information came before us, you know, but it was just like a proposal, an idea, and we started working. We started to figure out how we're going to be able to collect, you know, more revenue, maybe a new tax, maybe not, you know. We've been working because we know where we want to be at, you know. So, and it's unfortunate, like, you know, someone mentioned at the Board of Supervisors meeting, this is going to be a domino effect for all of Merced County, not just for the city of Livingston. When they are in Balico and they have to respond to Livingston, what's going to happen to the calls coming in from Balico, from someone having a heart attack or an accident in Balico or Cressy? Well, then Delhi has to respond. And then what about people in Delhi? When their call comes in, then Hilmar has to respond, and then Stevenson. So it's like a trickle-down effect. So he was right. This is a domino effect. It's not just going to affect the people in Livingston or outside or in Livingston. It's not only going to affect our businesses. You know, we have Foster Farms that has, you know, close to 3,000 employees. You know, what would happen if there's a fire there? Oh, we got to wait 15, 20 minutes for people to respond. That's people's lives in danger. And then what about the responding personnel? They have to spend more time on the road just to answer a call, putting their lives in more danger. You know, so it's just, you know, it's. I guess I'm, you know, a little upset, just a little, you know. But it's people's lives in danger. You know, and then also just to quote again. Robert, united we stand, divided we fall. Simple as that. Thank you. Council, any comments?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, at the last board meeting, it was mentioned that the City of Livingston did not approve the revenue sharing agreement. Well, as they say, elections have consequences. I was one of the negotiating team. We came to basically a agreement, but the council that was there at the time voted not to do that. Now, we can be criticized, why didn't you do that? But let's step back a few more years before that. I believe Supervisor Espinoza was on the council. We negotiated a revenue sharing agreement with the county. City of Livingston passed it, County of Merced passed it. We have a agreement. Ink wasn't even dry yet. Because of some political differences or whatever it was, because cities, general, whatever it was, county just said, you know what, we're just gonna go ahead and cancel the agreement. Agreement's canceled. So let's not just say City of Livingston do it. They're the ones who triggered it. That agreement still would have been in effect if county doesn't just arbitrarily cancel it. Yes, it was put it in there that you can agree to cancel, but what was the reason? To this day, we never heard why they just canceled the revenue sharing agreement. It was passed by both boards, by the council and the county supervisors. So I don't understand. And as far as the fire services, that's what we're here for. You know, yes, city has the option to do our own in-house fire services. One of the reasons I don't think the council looked at that was because of the way 96 is set up right now. I believe City of Livingston gets excellent service from our fire station. So if we're providing good service the way it is right now, not what they're proposing, why would we want to look into something alternative? We're under the impression, and back in February when we got the proposal from CAL FIRE, Chief White, and everybody else, that, hey, as based on 60% of the calls, another $300,000 or so is what we're going to be going. And we're under the impression, if we come up with that balance, that we will continue to have 2 firefighters, and Station 96 will still be functioning here. So the service to our folks would actually get better because we'll have 2 firefighters, not 1. So, we already started working on that. And as was mentioned in here, we performed an ACT card committee. We're looking at sales tax. We're looking at options, how to bring extra revenue to pay for the service that we need to do. Now, I still can't figure out why the increase of $400,000. That's doubling the cost of what was originally proposed. Well, around from 400,000 to 750, whatever the number is. We still haven't been told why the increase in cost. I don't believe, we do not know. It's like everybody here, that's what was mentioned, many of us will go and get our car repaired. Would you just simply pay the bill? Or would you say, what did you do to our car? What did you do for our service? We have the right to know what the exact costs are, why the increase in fees. And we haven't had that. And the first we heard that they're looking to make these changes, I believe our supervisor mentioned that one of the meetings, or mentioned somewhere that the county is, prior to that, City of Livingston was not given any notice that we're looking to do this. Obviously their staff knew, somebody had to know. But the city, the largest city in the district that they provide services for, an adjoining agreement, knew nothing of it until it was on their agenda. So tell us where the county was open with us or where the city lacked. Now, even if we had a revenue sharing agreement, whatever, it does not affect the parcel tax of the $1 million that goes to the county. That has nothing to do with revenue sharing. That's an entirely and completely different item. So I don't understand the county's wisdom. And they can go out there and do all their public relations or blame the city, but I would like to sit there and say, what would have changed or give us the increase in cost? Now, if they wish, have they thought about leaving 2 of the largest employers in the county 12 minutes away from fire service? Foster Farms, employees 2,500, 3,000, we don't know what the exact numbers. The largest employer in the county, one of the largest in the state. They have all these people working there, medical needs, hazmat material, they have ammonia, they have all these things that have to be responded to a lot faster. Coming from Belico or Delhi, if you have an ammonia leak or whatever other, you know how much a danger that is to the community? Where in the hell does the county think they can do this? They want to take it to Belico. I'm not saying that they don't have right to service. They do. Of course they do. But whether they respond, Livingston responds there or they respond here, it's the same amount of time. We have a lot more calls. So they want to take the people that get the most calls and have them respond from somewhere that barely gets any calls compared to us. City of Livingston, based on the call volume, we get more call-ins than Belico, Cressy, Gustin, all of those stations combined. And I still don't understand the wisdom of who in the hell proposed this to say close Livingston because it's the busiest or the second busiest in the county. How in the hell do they come up with this thing? There is no reason to say 15,000 people can be without service, like was mentioned by the mayor. And I mentioned it at the board meeting. If someone has a heart attack, you call the 12 minutes away. And I mentioned that. What's the use of calling 911? You have a heart attack, there is no use calling 911. You might as well just call Allen Mortuary and say, hey, come pick us up. We're done. That's there, you know? And to us, and then again, backing up, we did not think that we had to do it. And it was mentioned by one of the Board of Supervisors that perhaps we're the only city. Well, if they want us to divorce ourselves from the county, then let us know. We'll figure something out. If they want us to pay 80 to 90% of the cost, we might as well go and put another 10% and have our own fire service. What's the point? What the hell we need the county for then? They want to go ahead and take the $1 million that we're putting to them, our parcel tax, they're not no longer going to get. Now go ahead and adjust that into your overall fire budget. You're going to lose $1 million. You're not just losing Livingston, you're going to lose $1 million more. I just don't understand the wisdom of what the county is doing. I just don't. And to this day, can somebody tell us why the increase of $400,000 in total bills? Can they tell us? Or they just say, like the mayor said, it is basically, you pay us or we're closing you. That's what they're doing. And I hope the Livingston residents realize that it is not the city. We have never said we're not going to pay our fair share. If it's 60% of the cost, we'll pay 60% of the cost for whatever the cost is for the station. We'll do it. We're ready to do it. We'll sign it. We'll put a special meeting. We'll sign that thing and we'll send it to the county. Fair proportional cost, fine. And also, does the county really think the city of Livingston residents should pay to subsidize fire services in the county? Yes, there are neighbors, but why should city of Livingston residents pay to respond to other side? We have the right to take care of our people too. It needs to be equitable, it needs to be fair, and I hope everybody here understands that it's not the council that's doing this. And to close my comments, I would like to thank CAL FIRE, the people. You guys do provide a good service, good response, and to our volunteers, paid volunteers. You cannot ask for the better set of folks that make Livingston Fire Station what it is, the best in town, best in the county. But I think the Board of Supervisors needs to wake up and realize that this is not going to work. They can do it. We have no control over them. But then they're going to lose Livingston. They already lost us on a lot of other things already. This is going to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council, are there any other comments, questions?
To shut down any fire department, I think it's a crime. People's lives are at stake. You know, we're talking with the county about money. Money typically doesn't save lives. If you've got to think about it, they're there to save lives. You know, my fellow council member is right. Where is our explanation on the extra money that they're basically demanding? I do believe we are owed that explanation. But as for me, and all the people up here on this dais, I'll do whatever it takes to keep our Livingston Fire Department going. So you got all my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Anyone else?
A lot was shared tonight and shared from last week as well. I just want to make sure that the community knows that there is a town hall, District 1 town hall, that's going to involve all the Board of Supervisors. If you're saving your questions for them, perfect. We don't want to give them any more information that they're not giving us. So if you want to share your comments tomorrow, please come out to our town hall. It will be held here in the council chambers. Include your remarks. Bring out and support our Livingston volunteers. Thank you for showing up tonight. Thank you, CAL FIRE. Thank you for the community. Our responsibility as a council is to protect the health and safety. And this is part of it. Closing down Station 96, you've heard, it's ridiculous. And it's exasperated by the fact that we don't have the answers that we should. We've had representatives from the County Board of Supervisors that's been on that chair, that's been on that board for 8 years. We've had council members that have been shared information or may have not been privy to some information for who knows why or what. These are the questions that need to come before this Board of Supervisors so that somebody answers to the questions that the residents deserve. The residents don't deserve this kind of leave them in the dark, leave them without services. So again, accountability, because all of this, you know, it was said that we don't need to go back in history, but that's as far as it goes back. It goes back in our history. Something happened, something changed. Whoever was seated or whoever was paid to look into the best interest of our communities, something happened. And we deserve answers, all of us. So again, inviting you to come to the town hall tomorrow. Come with your concerns, come with your support. Station 96, we're with you.
Thank you. So there were some questions that were asked earlier, and are there some of those questions that can be addressed at this time, or is that something that can be responded to at a later time?
Yeah, I think I'll touch on a couple things. There was a question about starting its own fire department. Obviously, city manager's office would need formal direction from the council to do that, so we wouldn't do it without formal council direction. But that's something that the council can do. It's something that we've talked about over the last couple of months as ideas. I think it's certainly on the table. It's something that the council has the ability to explore that. You know, there was talk of a backup plan. You know, there's some other things that we've got going on. You've got CAL FIRE Management, Assistant Chief, Merced County Fire Chief, that supports a stopgap measure. You've got CAL FIRE line level employees, the association members that are in support of this. I think you've probably got the city council support, and so it seems like a no-brainer to me. I don't know what reason the county might have to not support the idea. It's been developed by the line level personnel. I think the line level personnel understand the importance of keeping that station open. And so when we talk about who could potentially be impacted by it, you know, you've got your line level employees, right? You've got your firefighters, rank and file on the ground. You've got management. CAL FIRE Management supports this. And you've got the city council that supports it, as well as the city manager's office. So just looking at it, seems like a no-brainer to me. I don't know why another agency wouldn't support that, to be honest with you. In addition to that, I think there was a question about the proposed tax. You know, that's a key question that is probably going to be included in a potential survey, right? Would the Livingston community support a tax if it were to create, hypothetically, its own fire department? I think that's a relevant question that we would want to get to the bottom of based on resident sentiment. So I think those are all valid questions that we're looking at to pose out to the community as well. I think that addresses the questions, Mayor.
Thank you. And then, you know, I think you brought up, you also mentioned it in your presentation. I think this is something important. Once the survey goes out to the community members, you know, make sure that you respond. Make sure that you are proactive, and let's not, you know, let's not wait and just be reactive. If, you know, we always are asking for services, we're always asking for you know, for something extra. Well, you know, if you want a nicer car or a newer car, then, you know, we got to pay up a little bit extra. So something to think about, whether it's now or the next year or so or the next couple of years. You know, if you want some additional services, I think this community needs to have 2 fire stations, to be honest with you. You know, we need to start planning about 2 fire stations. But how can we build a second fire station? Well, it's either it's going to take money, and the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. A couple years ago, I think there was a new fire station built in Madera. I think at that time that cost, I think if I'm not wrong, I think it was around $5 or $6 million. Probably that from 2-3 years ago, now it's probably closer to 10, if not more. So how are we going to pay for those services? We need ideas, solutions, but probably it will probably need to be a new tax. How much are we willing to pay in sales tax, or it could be parcel tax. There's different options, but once that survey goes out to the community, make sure that you respond. It probably won't go to every single resident, but if you're one of the ones that will be contacted or that it is contacted, make sure you take that seriously. Make sure that you respond, take your time, ask questions, because this council will make a decision based on your responses. And that's, for people watching at home too. And right now is the perfect time to be able to have or consider something on the next, to add it to the ballot for November. But if we wait, is the earliest we can do something else is going to be 2 years, or 4 years. Okay, so I think this is, yes, right now the responsibility lies on the people up here, but we have to do what we think is best for the community, but we have to do based on what we are able to do. We cannot purchase a $80,000 car with $40,000. We need to figure out, how to come up with that extra funds. And so, one of the questions that I've had, and thank you for the residents and community members and people out in the county, not even from just Livingston, that have reached out to me in regards to just what's going on, because even if that fire station is closed, it's going to affect us out in the county or out in other communities. And I think this is the perfect opportunity for you to be able to provide your comments and your suggestions and your recommendations of how you want your elected officials to act. It's unfortunate that this happened now after the March elections, and now it's like they got their spots secure for 2 or 4 more years. The next elections that the Board of Supervisors is going to come up to is going to be until November or March in 2026. Hopefully people remember, that they were thinking of putting their lives in danger. That's, but I think, I was just checking, I think, we answer all of the questions, and one of the other thing was, I think one of the questions was, is like, how are we communicating to the community? Well, good question. I mean, we are trying our best, considering the short time that we had, that we even became aware of it. That, I think I learned of this item, we knew there was kind of a conversation. I mean, this item came before us just as a discussion or as an update or informational item to the council back in a few months ago, but we didn't know that it was going to be an action item, at least myself, or maybe I missed it a day before it came to it was in the agenda for the county. Everybody needs to be active and participating and yes, attend more council meetings and be more informed, be updated on what's going on. We all have busy lives, but this should not be happening now. But, so now I think we're trying to do our best. Staff is working hard and just trying to come up with solutions. Unless somebody out in the community has a few extra $1 million, just let us know. We can probably use them right now. I'm sure they can use them as a tax break, right? A write-off. But, just, I don't think I have anything else at this time. I think I need my coffee now. Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Towards the end, there was a proposal 1 and proposal 2, and each of them, huh? I understand. There's a proposal there that stopgap funding or split cost. So if safer grants come through, will that be proposal to, will that change those fees? Will that, knowing that county, they're gonna put that in, says, okay, when the safer grants come in, they can put it in their back pocket, they're gone. I'm sorry, I don't feel the county's we gotta make sure that if any safer grants comes in, it gets adjusted. Because otherwise, they're gonna say, well, you signed this.
Yeah, that's one of the comments, and it's a really good point that I made to the county CEO that, well, obviously we would need to hammer out details, but what can we do to get the communication flowing and just get other options on the table? I'm unaware of any options that the county has provided. So we've been providing this information. We've provided proposal 2. They got proposal 1 on Friday. So we're just waiting on feedback. But to your point, absolutely, we would want to make sure that if the SAFER grant was awarded, that we're not continuing to fund something when it's not needed. So that's absolutely, certainly something that is on my mind as well. I know that we've got Assistant Chief Pimentel here. I don't want to put him on the spot. But it might be relevant for a SAFER grant update if the council, would like more information on that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Pimentel. I'm the Assistant Chief for Merced County Fire Department and CAL FIRE. Just to speak a little bit as those options were shown, I did have some discussions with the city manager. Do understand those, have expressed those to my supervisor, and we're just waiting. It's going to be a direction that comes from the county. We do understand the proposal that was forward, but again, that's going to have to go before the board for their decision to move on that. And then if you look at the SAFER grant, we have been working with all the cities, Livingston, Gustine, and Dos Palos, and kind of worked on how we can provide that additional staffing. My interpretation is what proposal is presented or whatever is determined at that point, that SAFER grant would take over those costs and allow us to have the 2.0 staffing at each one of the cities to provide from that SAFER grant. That SAFER grant will go for 3 years. We did submit it just that week after that board meeting on the 12th. Very excited about getting it out there. We've been working with FEMA diligently, kind of making sure that our application is well filled out. And then we've also reached out for support. I know the supervisors and all the districts have reached out to their elected friends and acquaintances to provide letters of support. Your city manager has also provided a letter of support from your city and also the Gustine and Dos Palos as well. So we look as those letters go in, and we just kind of waiting back to see what our answers are when they come back. We continue to have some discussions, but again, that board won't get together to make a review on that grant. Probably we've heard as early as August, maybe a September date. And any other questions on that, I would be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
What happens if the county in its infinite wisdom decides to close 96, SAFER grants come through? Was it Livingston's money? Where would that money go?
As far as when we wrote the grant, it would be to cover the cities. So I would say that grant was successful. That would be coming staffing for the cities within the incorporated cities within the county.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. If county says, you know what, we're going to close 96, we're gonna respond for wherever. And if Safer Grants comes in, what happens to the Safer Grant the city had? Where would that money go? We don't even have a station here.
You do have a station, that is a city-owned station. The grant was written for your station. So as that grant comes in, it would go to the city so that you can facilitate that staffing there.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Council, are there any other questions at this time? So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, so this is a discussion and direction. Anything else?
Do you need a vote or something, or how?
Yeah, consensus would be good for me, just to formally get the direction from the council for those two proposals. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I like the proposal one for now to see if Safer Grants come through.
I concur.
I'm good with that.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I will point out that in my correspondence to the county, we would obviously want to get their information on their cost sharing of the additional overtime and what their equitable split would be on that as well. Because as we mentioned before, Station 96 is vital to the entire county. And so it's important that we get that equitable split, or what the county proposes as their funding part of that.
So at this time, I do want to remind, once again, I think it has been mentioned. So the town hall for Supervisor District 1 will be here in the council chambers tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I believe there's going to be food and soft drinks. You guys going to have it? We'll ask for the county to provide that. So, but I'm sure that I can donate some waters and some drinks, for whoever attends. So, so tomorrow at 6.
Maybe we can do a 60-40 split.
I think we're going to need an invoice on that. All right, okay. So moving forward or back. Okay, next we have the consent agenda. We have items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Any questions, comments, suggestions, recommendations, motions?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Samra to approve consent agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. Roll call.
Roll call.
Oh, wait. I need to do citizen comments. Thank you. Is there any citizen comments on the phone in regards to the consent agenda items? Hearing none, coming back in the chamber. Any citizen comments in the chamber in regards to the consent agenda items? Seeing none, bringing it back to the dais. 9:48. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Soto.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 4-0.
Okay. Next, we have discussion and potential action items. Item number 11, consideration of a resolution appointing Alan Cadiente, Darmin Dondawa, Christy Pineda, and Anabel Perez to the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. Staff recommendation, approve resolution. Señorita Jackie, how are you?
I concur with what you just said. So as it indicates in the staff report, we wound up with 4 applications and we have 5 vacancies The remaining vacancy would be a alternate, thank you. I'm old. I go to bed at 8 o'clock when I can. I'm sorry. So I have everyone that has applied here, and some have to get up really early, and so I'm so grateful that we can finally present this. One of the things that I did ask is that we would make their terms their own terms, because otherwise we have a complete vacant, everybody would leave at the same time, and then I would have nobody and have to start from scratch. So as it states in here, we would have this group's expiration date be 1/31/2028. Hopefully you guys have had a chance to look over each and every one of the applications. We have a wonderful group of people here that already volunteer and do things for the city, and now they're willing to move forward to make Livingston Recreation Department a better place. So with that, unless you have any questions, I recommend that all four of these folks be appointed to the council, to the Rec Commission, and they are here tonight if you have any questions for them.
Jackie, if I may, how many commissioners, who are the commissioners that remain on?
So I have Christine Fernandez, okay, Jessica Betchart, Melissa Verning, who is an alternate, and Linda Placencia, who is a regular. So then these four would make us a total of 8.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for everyone for applying. I read your applications. I know everybody's busy, right? I mean, everybody has other things to do, and understanding what the responsibilities are, and still applying for. And actually, you're still here. I apologize for making you guys stay a little bit extra, but it's I just want to make sure that you guys could handle this. So I'm sure if you can handle this, you could handle some of the other short meetings. And pretty soon, once I finish my schooling evening classes, then I will be coming back to the recreation meetings. Almost over, just a couple more months. But anyways, thank you, and I would make a recommendation to approve. But at this time, I do want to give the opportunity to others to see if you guys have any questions or comments before we continue with the motion.
I just want to reiterate, Jackie came forward a couple of meetings ago and had emphasized the fact that this is more than just your commitment to attending the Thursday night meetings. And I know at least 2 of you that have been in the community for a very long time and helping with the events and recreation and with our youth currently. And the 2 that I have not met yet, you're fairly new to me, but not to the community and where you have been serving. So thank you for the time and effort that you're putting in now. I hope that with what Jackie has reiterated to you, that the importance is the comprehensive services to our elders, to our youth, to other events, the ideas that you've brought in about the current issues and specific goals. I'm glad to have read I've read all of them, and I see that there is a willingness among most of you to put in that above and extra effort. So thank you. That is something that we desperately need within our recreation in the city of Livingston. So with that being said, I noticed too that some of you had not attended the recreation meetings before, so actually sitting, if appointed or voted in, that your first meeting time will be actually on the dais rather than out in the audience to observe and feel if this is a good fit, because that, again, is a determination of how some of our commissions work, whether it's it's something that you can commit to, that time, report out in the community. So thank you for investing your time in the city of Livingston with what you do now, and looking forward to those of you that continue to serve in these capacities.
Anyone else? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you guys for applying and getting involved in the city with recreation. You got a good director. There's a lot of projects that we do in the city, and I look forward to see what you guys bring to the table. So thank you very much.
Is there anyone that wants, any of the candidates that want to say anything, a few words before we make a decision?
Hello, my name is Darmeen Randawa. I just wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the wonderful community of Livingston. I am truly honored and humbled to have been appointed as a commissioner of the Recreation Department. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to the City Council for placing their trust in all of us. It means the world to us to have the opportunity to serve and contribute to the betterment of our community. I'm excited to work alongside the dedicated individuals in the Recreation Department, as well as the community members, to create an engaging and inclusive programs for everyone to enjoy. Together, we can make a positive impact and foster a vibrant recreational environment for all. Thank you once again for this incredible opportunity. I'm committed to giving my all and making a difference. Let's embark on this journey together and create something truly special. Darmeen Randawa.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, council. So there's a motion on the floor by myself. Wait,
And,
public comment?
I will second that, and I mean, I know you and your family for a long time. It's good to see you get involved in the community this way. I think you're going to enjoy it, and I think the entire commission will do a great job. And I will second that.
Thank you. So at this time, I will go out for public comment. Is there anyone on the phone with public comment in regards to this item? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Anyone? Bringing it back to the dais, 9:57. So we have a motion on the floor by myself, second by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Congratulations. Thank you. So next we have item number 12, to administer the oath of office to the new recreation commissioners.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to read the oath, and then after I say I, then you're going to mention your name at the same time. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of Parks, Recreation and Arts Commissioner of the City of Livingston, County of Merced, State of California, according to the best of my ability. Congratulations. So we will need your signatures. All right. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations again. Continuing, moving forward, item number 14, consideration of a resolution establishing an administrative fee for solid waste, recycling, and organic collection services, processing, maintenance, and enforcement. Staff recommendation, approved resolution.
So Mayor, we have Anthony, our Public Works Director, as well as Happy here to provide additional context or questions should the council have any. Mayor, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, City Manager, Roy, Monica, Happy, Chief, Darcy, Mario. This isn't too popular of an agenda item. I'll be presenting and walking you through this staff report, Council. So first question, what is an administrative fee? An administrative fee is a fee that's imposed by the city to be a reasonable estimate of the approximate cost for city personnel to provide a service. Staff have projected the required administrative fee that needs to be collected to perform the solid waste billing process and other related duties within the refuse enterprise. This table is on page 6 of the staff report. This is our total expenditures table. This table lists the 4 components that make up the total expenses that was used to determine the administrative fee. Those 4 components are employee allocations, part-time and overtime salaries, OPEB trust contribution, and the operation and maintenance of the refuse budget. The total expenditures are $530,549. So break that down a little bit further. If you take that total expenditures and divide it by the 3,500 refuse accounts that the city has, the annual charge per account comes out to $151.58 annually. Break it down a little bit further, we divide that by 12 months out of the year, and that gives you a monthly administrative fee per account of $12.63. And as I said, I'll be covering all four components that make up that total expenditure. The first component is employee allocations. This table lists our full-time employees that are allocated to the refuse enterprise. Now, what do the employees do that are on the allocation list? Employees' duties range from staff time to perform billing tasks for solid waste customers, communicating and educating the residents as they call with refuse questions, setting up new accounts, preparing and sending out delinquent notices, preparing the refuse budget, expenditure control and oversight, illegal dump inspection and cleanup, staffing cleanup events, street sweeper operation to clean trash and debris from streets, education and enforcement activity, Merced County Regional Waste Authority meetings, and that table to the left gives you a summary of the employee titles and the allocations to the refuse fund. And that is the first component. Second component is the part-time and overtime. This table lists the salaries of part-time employees and overtime. Now, the overtime is due to the cleanup events that are scheduled on the weekend. The third component is the OPEB trust. And OPEB trust is other employment benefits other than pension distributions that some employers provide retirees, and this is for the medical insurance for retirees. And the fourth component is the refuse budget. I didn't put everything on here, but it is on the staff report. Each line item, there's an explanation and justification on why there's a budgeted amount in there. I just covered the high dollar amount budgets like contract services. And in the contract services budget, we have a consultant fee to assist with compliance of AB 939, AB 1826, and SB 1383. We have a cost share in there for ABS Direct. That's our printing company contract. Cost share for computer printer leases. Cost share for annual work order subscription. Another higher dollar budget line is computer support agreements. And that covers our annual cost share for Springbrook software and the Civic Pay software. And Civic Pay is an online payment portal. City audit, cost share for annual audit. Insurance, cost share for annual Central San Joaquin Valley Risk Management Authority liability program. And finally, recommendations. City staff recommends approving an administrative fee for the billing process for solid waste, recyclable materials, and organic waste collection services within the city of Livingston. Council, they're all alternatives, and we did list these alternatives within the staff report. Council can choose not to adopt the administrative fee and direct staff to determine whether Jolson would be receptive to reopening the franchise agreement and assuming all components of the administrative fee. This will result in a revenue decrease that may impact employee positions and will trigger the meet and confer process with labor unions. Council can use alternative funding source, such as general fund, to cover the administrative fee. However, no analysis has been performed by staff to reflect the impact of the general fund covering the administrative fee cost of $530,549. Third option can be council can choose an alternative option and direct staff. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Anthony. Currently, City of Livingston residents pay approximately 31 something per solid waste. Is that correct? Approximately?
I don't know, do you know how much they pay, Abby?
It's 29 something, then dollar something for the
In that
second can.
ballpark, Happy's
Yeah,
gonna get a
We don't
figure.
have to be exact. I'm just trying to get rough numbers here, okay? So what you're saying is you want to charge another $12.63 on top of the $31 for a service that Jilton comes and picks up the garbage. So what percentage is the $12.63 of the $31? That's an additional what you're asking the residents to pay. So I don't have the breakdown of what currently the breakdown of the fees are, but I believe when we did this, the last rate structure, administrative fees were included in that. So we're already including administrative fees in the current rate. You want to add this on top of it. Now, I understand legal is going to say we don't have to go through 218 hearing and all that, but to me, it doesn't serve the residents fairly because we're telling them we're going to raise your rate, you have no voice in it. To me, it just seems like a sneaky way of doing this. It may be legal, legal doesn't make it right. I'm sorry, but to charge over $500,000 for service somebody else is providing, I question those numbers. $500,000? Really? For something that all we're doing is putting something in the mail and says here, and we're already charging for that service? I want to like to get a breakdown of what current the fees are. I know we don't have it, and I need to get this. I don't believe that this is right. It's not right for the people. If this is what we need to do, then so be it. But then we need to do a proper rate study, proper thing, and put it to the people under 218 and then go and charge the fee. I'm sorry, but I cannot put people at this kind of a rate increase without their saying so. The next thing it goes up in the bills and they're gonna say, go ahead and pay this? No, I'm sorry, but it's too sneaky for me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
I just got a comment. You know, I can kind of see Mayor Pro Tem's point. There's a lot of people that are on a fixed budget here in Livingston. And to throw another $12, I know $12.63 is not a lot, but to some it is. And you know, the bill that we're getting right now is kind of steep. So I'd have a hard time with that also. I think the residents should have a say in that, to be honest. Thank you.
Anthony, what is the breakdown of the itemized of the cost? Is that what, go next. So that's where those fees are being calculated from, right?
That's correct.
Mayor Pro Tem, is that what you were referring to, or you?
No, I'm speaking of the current fee structure that we have. I believe, and I don't know, I don't have this in front of me, but I believe the last time we adopted these rates, administrative fees were calculated in there. Or I don't know, I want to see that. But to me, if we're going to put this, I still think that we need to go to the voters. We need to go to the people. This is too much of an increase. I can understand $1, $1.50 maybe, but to charge 20%, 30%, and not go through the process, I just don't buy it. I'd like to get, and I'm willing to put this off to the next meeting, but I'd like to know what the current structure is, what the fee structure was when we adopted it, because we did a rate study. Everything was included in there, I believe.
Legal?
Mr. Mayor, the current rates that were approved in the franchise agreement do not include an administrative fee. That's just the rate that Jilton charges to perform solid waste services doesn't include any other billing. In addition, the prior rates that the council approved with the prior rate study, my understanding is that was at a time period before SB 1383 had gone into effect and added significant additional costs to the city with regard to enforcement of those diversion requirements. 1383 requires the city to now go out and actually flip cans open and look in cans to see that people are properly diverting waste. And if the city doesn't do those things, it would be subject to significant penalties from Cal Recycle. So part of why you're seeing this increase is that essentially an unfunded mandate from the state of California to perform a lot of administrative tasks, including reporting to the state regarding diversion requirements and meeting those requirements that the cities didn't have to do before that they now have to do. And then, like I said, they call it in the industry the garbage police, because now literally cities have to go and code enforce on garbage and flip cans, look inside them, and actually administer citations to people who are violating. And if the cities don't do it, the cities are then punished by the state for not doing it. So part of what's being included in here and accounted for is those additional costs that the city previously didn't have to do, for tasks the city didn't have to do previously.
So if I understand you correctly, this cost, or because of the extra things, or processes that have to be done, still have to be done regardless of whether the customers pay for it or not. The city still is responsible to be able to perform all of that, all of those responsibilities which are obligated by the state.
Not every single component, but a vast percentage of them. So basically, regardless of whether a customer pays the city for 1383 or AB 939, the city still has to pay for those mandated requirements. AB 939 is more educational based, so unfortunately, that's why Anthony kind of included those specific legislative acts in there, is to draw council's attention to those are mandates from the state of California that the city must comply with. There's no option, as Anthony mentioned at the previous council meeting, I believe. We are already on our last extension from Cal Recycle to get into compliance with SB 1383. And so this is kind of part of facilitating that. And then there are some alternatives if the council so chooses not to approve the administrative fee. It could either be paid out of the general fund by the city, or the city would have to then reach out to Jilton to see if they were open to renegotiating the franchise agreement, because the current structure of the franchise agreement does not account for performing any administrative duties, any of the billing or delinquent accounting, all that, the new customers, and then the components of that code enforcement aspect of the SB 1383. Again, all those things would need to be renegotiated with Jilton.
So Anthony, for the record, how long has the city of Livingston been out of compliance? I mean, I know that we have gotten extensions, but I think the last extension was, I think we had up to December of 2023, and then there was an additional extension asked for. But how long when was the actual, without extensions, the date by which the city needed it to be in compliance?
I believe it was January of 2022 is when SB 1383 rolled out, became effective.
So as of right now, it's been over 2 years since we've been really out of compliance, because we're not even there yet. And it's gonna be probably a month or at least a few more months, if not more.
Yes, staff had a meeting with Cal Recycle, and Cal Recycle still needs to come out and do some inspections to confirm that we are in compliance with SB 1383.
And so, do we know what happens if that doesn't happen, and I mean, I know that we're probably potentially looking at fines in addition to we still have to be in compliance.
Yeah, we still got to be in compliance. The city has to be in compliance no matter what, and yes, there may be fines.
So, I do agree, but I do disagree based on how you're stating it, based on it's not something that it's entirely like the city, we're just trying to decide and then just, you know, we're going to charge you $12 extra a month. Well, no, I know, but it's not just like the city is just out of nowhere. We just woke up one day and that is not what we're doing. What we're trying to do is to try and be in compliance. We have to,
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, to charge another $12 and some odd cents without giving them heads up, without giving them a chance to voice their opinion, it's just downright wrong. May not be illegal, but it's just downright wrong.
What are you proposing?
We need to do a study. As time has come anyway, let's do all the studies and just do it. And let the people come in and say yay or nay, let them do it. Why? Do you understand that this is just plain wrong? Legal does not make it right. Every time people have, when we got to the people who says we need to charge these proper rates for these enterprise funds, people have supported us. They have supported us. They have no voice in this?
I'm not in disagreement. I'm not disagreeing that the $12 is a lot, but what I also want to understand, and that this is something that we are a process that we've been required to be in compliance with for more than a couple of years.
Yeah,
so
Mr. Mayor.
what is the best solution?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
do you honestly believe that people have any idea what administrative fees means to their bill? They have no idea what this means. Send them a letter and says, we, in our infinite wisdom, want to charge you $12.63 more per month. Then let's see what happens when they understand what this charge is going to be about. Then see what kind of people turn up. To just quietly do this, I'm sorry, I'm not going to support it. You guys can have all the conversations you want.
Yes,
Now,
go
if
ahead.
you want to do this, do it through a proper way. Have it go through almost like a 218 process. Do it. Get it to them. Let them vote yea or nay. Come out there, do their protest vote, whatever. Then if they agree, that's fine. I will support it, but not before that.
So if I could add some context, historically, what the city of Livingston has done is it's assessed this fee within Jilton's rate. And what the city has done is the payments remitted to the city of Livingston, because it does the billing collection, the city would retain its administrative fee, and it would keep that to cover the costs related to customer billing, all of the other components for that. So that's how historically the city of Livingston did it. So it has always recovered this fee. Correct.
And we just got done approving the new contract with Jilton. No, we just did it just a couple of weeks ago.
So,
and that you're saying that was not negotiated. Now you also want to put in a franchise fee, which is equals to about $800,000.
So
I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense to me.
I'm only bringing this up to provide some context. Now, I think the point that you're making, just to make sure that I'm on the same wavelength, is doing a Prop 218 process is what I think I hear you saying. The other component is really about whether the council has a policy priority as to who does that work. whether the council prefers that it's city staff that does that, because that's what this really takes into account, that city staff does that. If the council says, well, we don't really have a preference on whether city staff does that or Jilton does that, that's policy direction that would be very valuable for us, because essentially what we would do is reach out to Jilton and say, look, we don't really want to get in the business of code compliance doing this enforcement activity. We don't want to get in the business of utility billing. We don't want to get in the business of any of these things. So then that would facilitate a conversation with Jilton to take on those responsibilities. And then that administrative fee essentially gets minimized because it's not the city doing that work. So that would be valuable input from the council as to whether there's a preference that the council has to who does those functions that are there.
That is incorrect, because this is on top of the contract we have with Jilton already. If they want to add this in, it was never there before. This is a new thing we're adding. It needs to go to the people. And if we want to bring it back to the council, do we want to, for a different type of discussion, not administrative fees, says, do you wish for the city to do the study, or do you want to contract out for a study? Maybe time has come that we go ahead and look at our wastewater and our water and all that at the same time. Maybe time has come. But I'm not going to sneak this up on people like this. That can come back that's another direction.
Council, legal, any additional input?
I would just, so there's nothing, excuse me, there's nothing legally prohibiting the city from performing a Prop 218 rate hearing for the administrative fee. The city can do that. It's within its rights. It's not legally required, but you have that option as the council. But so it's clear on the record as the fees are right now, the fee that was approved in the franchise agreement, the fee that Jilton is going to charge for solid waste services, does not include the fees that have been the services that have been outlined in this presentation. So whether, back to kind of what Councilmember Soto was saying, it's either we pay Jilton to perform those services or city staff continue to perform those services. If city staff is going to continue to perform those services based on the analysis that Happy and Anthony and staff put together, this is what they determined the reasonably proportionate cost of performing those services would be per ratepayer for the city. Jilton may be able to do that service at a cheaper rate. We don't know. Jilton may not want to take on those services. We don't know. That would be something that staff would have to approach Jilton and ask them if they want to reopen the franchise agreement, because it's currently not a part of the services that they're rendering under the franchise agreement.
And that's the direction that staff would need on the front side to get an understanding of whether Jilton would be open to that, and then identifying what their costs would be on that for that service going forward.
All I want is any increase to the end user needs to go under something similar to a 218 hearing, so people have the right to voice their opinion. That's all I want. And if people say, fine, then it's fine. Yeah, but if they come out here and they fill it up and says, what the hell, you guys want to charge us $12.63 for something that somebody's already doing? Explain to us. Maybe it can be explained to them on why we need to charge $300 for tools or $100 for postage. I'm sorry, but my very first council meeting, before I got involved, not on the council meeting, but when I attended, was on these damn enterprise funds. When I questioned, why are you guys charging, at the time was 33 cents per postage, why are you calculating this postage to be 99 cents per each account when you're splitting the postage? You're not putting out 3 different bills. This is why these things have to be watched, and we're not supposed to be the watching it, not just say, go ahead. I'm sorry, but I need more information. Not like this. You can call for a vote, or we can go the other direction and bring it for further direction.
So, Anthony and staff, what would happen if this item is brought back? And then again, I don't know how long would it be before it can be brought back, considering if the council decides to go in that direction to make that recommendation, and then what would be the situation in regards to where we are with the state?
Well, we would need, staff would need direction from council on how to proceed. You know, what do you want staff to bring back, or what does council desire staff to bring back? Staff can reach out to the Cal Recycle staff and communicate with them to see where we're currently at in our CAP, or Corrective Action Plan.
If council wanted a Prop 218 style rate hearing for the administrative fee, I'd have to go back to the statute, but I believe it's 45-day notice. So you have to give each customer 45 days notice before the hearing, the council meeting that's going to be considered at. At that point, they can submit bid protests and everything to decide whether or not to approve the fee. And if the fee is not approved, then we would go basically to the alternatives as proposed. We'd either need to go to Jilton and ask to reopen the franchise agreement, or the city would have to absorb those costs out of the general fund.
Do we still, until when do we have an extension from the state?
The deadline to comply was at the end of March, was March 31st. So we are still out of compliance. There are no more extensions by council. When council did approve the contract, that was one of the last stipulations to meet our CAP, Corrective Action Plan, issued by Cal Recycle, and that was approving a franchise agreement or an agreement with the solid waste company to provide the services to meet SB 1383 requirements. We have completed that, but they still would like to come out and confirm and verify that they're providing those services.
When we approved the Jilton contract, it was my understanding that once we approved the Jilton contract, we were in compliance with Cal Recycle. That's the way I understood it to be. Once we approved that franchise agreement, we're good. Not a franchise, but a contract.
Yeah,
so now you're telling us a couple of weeks later, no, we have another component we didn't tell you about.
No.
Yeah.
We are on our way to compliance with Cal Recycle. We need Cal Recycle to come out and still verify and confirm.
I don't know. My understanding, and maybe I misunderstood, that once we approve the contract with Jilton, we are in compliance with Cal Recycle. I believe everybody here would.
Once they come out and confirm.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
We have a contract with
them
to provide services.
Yeah, and to me, I thought that was it.
Yeah, but council member or Mayor Pro Tem, Cal Recycle still needs to come out and confirm that Jilton has labeled the containers to be compliant as part of the requirements.
But how is $530,000 going to make that happen?
I'm not saying that's going to make that happen.
Well, that's why I'm totally confused. To me, charging $300 for tools for something that somebody else is providing. What tools? You know, it's just like everybody, that you guys have a breakdown of, here's what we're gonna do. Look in there. You know, I don't understand. Employee allocation, $375,000? No, I don't buy that. No, I'm sorry, but no.
If I could just provide something. I think what I heard Mayor Pro Tem say is that he prefers to have a Prop 218 process associated with the potential adoption of an administrative fee and allowing the public to come in and hear or to provide feedback to the council on this proposed fee. So based on what Roy said, he would go back to the statutory requirements and see what is required to do what Mayor Pro Tem provided in terms of what his feedback is. Based on that, then we would statutorily comply with what's required of what Mayor Pro Tem brought up. And at that point, based on what the community says to the council, whether they have comments, they have issue, the council will then at that moment determine whether the council adopts that or not. At that moment, it probably makes sense, based on what Roy said, to determine whether we want to reopen that and say, hey, Jilton, can you take on these responsibilities instead of staff taking them on? That's what I heard Mayor Pro Tem say.
So, just real quick. So Anthony, what's the probability of Jilton coming out here within 45 days and having all that done?
We'll reach out to them. We can reach out to them tomorrow to see
So
what the timeline
technically,
is.
we could have 45 days to get that out, per what Roy said to the public. So we could bring it back with their, yeah.
Well, if council wants to direct a staff to reach out and have a Prop 218 or rate study performed.
So just so I'll add clarity. So the 45 days is the notice period. You still have to prepare the notice. And there's very specific legal criteria on what has to be in the notice, how it has to be prepared. So that, I would say conservatively, 2 weeks to 30 days to get it outlined and, properly formatted, printed, and all that thing, all the requirements, and then mailed out. And so typically it's going to be a little bit longer than 45 days because they have to have, from the moment they receive it, at least 45 days from when they receive it to the hearing date in order to comply with the statute.
These fees are ridiculous. $25,000 for computer support agreement with something somebody else is doing? Come on. $2,500 for cell phones? Small tools, $800? What small tools? You're gonna go and fix people's trash can lids?
So,
Come on, okay, let's be real here.
So I think there's some additional details that are necessary by Anthony, and happy to provide additional context. But one thing that I will say is that based on the agreement, there are things that staff needs to do for things, for instance, that Jilton doesn't cover. So for instance, if there's a dump day that's included there in the agreement, and I'm just saying things that are right off the bat. If Jilton comes by and picks up a trash container, and let's say there's spillage of that trash container or the bin, the city's responsibility is to pick that up. So part of that is inclusive of the city staff does that now.
Well, you know what, I wanna see the old, I believe some of these fees were covered. In fact, if I remember correctly, even portion of the street sweeper cost was baked into the original rates. I remember those. Even the street sweeper portion was baked in, okay? I don't know when the hell this is coming up with, because it was explained to us that, when somebody spills garbage, street sweeper, somebody has to go. Those were already added in there before. I remember those. I don't understand how.
So Jill?
So right now, the $31 is Jilton says, here's how much we're gonna charge you, and we just say, here's how many accounts, so $31 is it. So if you were to break that even, that's what it comes down to, or we're already putting those administrative fees in there? I'm willing to bet we're already charging a lot of these fees already.
So the rate being charged in the franchise agreement does not include the admin fees.
No, not in the franchise agreement, no.
Correct, and that's-
But the actual billing that goes to people, there is added cost that the city's already added those administrative fees into before the people get their bill.
Again, the way the city used to do it, everything was incorporated into one amount. There was no differentiation, meaning the ratepayer didn't know what was admin fee and what wasn't. Now they have been separated out, so the ratepayer clearly knows what component of the rate is admin fee for city costs and what component is solid waste costs for Jilton.
All these years, we have not been charging solid waste any postage, correct?
No, you have.
But it says right here, postage.
Yeah.
I don't get this. Come on, people. Don't play games with me. I'm not that stupid.
So when we send out the bills, there's a stamp that goes on the bill, right?
Right.
So then does that incorporate, so that part of the bill is water, sewer, and sanitation. So sanitation gets a portion of that cent stamp
Right.
that gets on the bill, so
Right.
that's what that is.
Yeah, but we're billing it now. We're billing it now. It's already being collected. The postage is being collected currently.
Correct, so we need to recoup that cost back now.
From who?
It's not part of the rate that we're charging right now, it's not part of that rate.
But you're not doing any extra work.
You're not doing any extra work. This is why it don't make sense. It does not make sense to us.
Let me say this a little bit differently.
You can say it any way you want. It's not going to change the fact.
Well, it sounds like there's a little bit of, I don't know what the right word is, confusion about previously in the rates that were provided by Jilton, they were inclusive of the admin fee. They were inclusive of the admin fee.
Yeah.
So there's a fundamental item, and Jilton did not want the administrative fee included in the franchise agreement.
And when we did the franchise agreement, were the council made aware of that?
In the franchise agreement, it states that the city would bill separately for the administrative fee in the franchise agreement, specifically because Jilton didn't want that included in the franchise agreement.
Well, not only is a no, it's hell no on this one right now.
Okay, so what is the direction for staff?
Treat it like a 218 hearing.
So then that means so realistically, it's probably from now until at least probably close to 3 months? Is that what it is?
Mayor, if that's what it takes, then if that's what it takes to be fair to the people, then that's what it takes to be fair to the people.
I'm just trying to be clear.
I understand.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're all on the same page.
We are.
Okay, so, so then, I'm assuming that direction is to go through that process. Meantime, staff has to contact,
A rate consultant?
okay,
No, so you don't need a rate consultant, so for Claire, so what we would do is we would basically take the information that staff has provided now, we would prepare a legally compliant notice to go out to the customers, giving them the information on what the new administrative fee would be, and their information on how to either attend the meeting in person or submit their either yay or nay vote. Then after that's prepared and disseminated, then we'd schedule a actual hearing date, which is just a normal public hearing before the council, for those votes to be tabulated, including anything that's mailed in and then in-person voting. And then once that's completed, again, I have to go back and look at the exact threshold numbers. If the rate, if the admin fee gets approved, then it gets added to the bill and it's approved. If at that point it doesn't get approved, then we would likely need to come to council and ask for direction on where to go next, either with alternative 1 or alternative 2, or a different course of action that council would prefer.
And then question, and this is for council. Have any of these questions been addressed prior to the council meeting to any of the staff in regards to what information is on the report? I'm just wondering.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things, as you know, this entire staff report wasn't available in the original packet. Trying to read this on a screen, on a computer screen, makes it difficult sometimes to completely understand. I didn't get this until I got here like this. We had a link, yes, I get it. And in a ways, I was so focused on, on fire services that, I'm sure I've called Chris, I don't know how many times the last week. I probably called you more last week than I did in a long time, because I was focused on this. And I just think that we need to do it the right way to the people. Let's look at what it is and what other cities are charging us. And also, some of these things, contract services, our contract is for Jilton for contract services for this. To contract with something for that we're charging, our staff is charging, do have contract with what? It seems like it's repetitive on these things, City audit, $23,000 for an audit. Let's be real on a city audit. This is not auditing, this is adding on the administrative fees. This is not even auditing the actual accounts, and then when we go to the budgets. I'm sorry,
All right.
but
So, staff, do you guys have enough direction?
I think it would be good at that formal direction. I see some heads nodding. I heard Councilmember Roth with the yes over here on this side. But for the record, I think that makes a lot of sense for us.
I think we should do it by motion, because it would be basically we would ask for alternative direction.
Thank you, Rob.
Versus approval of the resolution.
Also, there was mention of the rate study. Wait, yeah. There's a rate study too. We haven't done that in 4 years, I think. And even at that time, it was baby steps that we charged our residents. It was like $1 here, 3 months, and then, I don't know, 3 something.
hey man, if we're gonna do this, do it right. We have a lot of capital improvement money we need for our water infrastructure and all that. We need it. And we have our wastewater is outdated right now with things we need to do. Let's not play games with little things. If you're going to do it.
Can you go ahead and make a motion?
To what?
I would suggest the motion would be to direct staff to conduct a Prop 218 style rate hearing relating to the proposed administrative fee.
I would like to do them all 3 at the same time.
Those items are not currently agendized, so.
Well,
it would be
then let's bring it at the next meeting to agendize those items, and then we'll do that. If we're going to do it right.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Roll call, please.
Can you clarify what was motion?
Roy?
To direct staff to prepare a Prop 218 style rate hearing relating to the administrative fee as proposed by staff.
Okay. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Next, we have item number 15, consideration of a resolution establishing a 15% franchise fee for exclusive access to city solid waste, recycling, and organics collection services, and exclusive access to city streets and rights of way. Staff recommendation, approved resolution.
Council, me again? I got this one as well.
Welcome back.
You haven't got enough slacking from the first one?
I got this one as well.
Because there's more.
Hey, before we begin, just to let you know, this is the way I am when it comes to these things. I mean, no disrespect or distrust of the staff.
One point of clarification, we realized that we did not go out to public comment on the prior item. So if we could bring that back so the mayor can take public comment on item 14.
So bringing that back real quick, is there any public comment on the phone in regards to item number 14? Hearing none, back in the chamber, any public comment in the chamber? Seeing none, 10:50.
I would suggest redoing the motion just to.
So we're gonna have to restate, but do we have, Roy, do you have to restate it? Okay, go ahead, Roy.
The motion would be to direct staff to conduct a Prop 218 style rate hearing related to the administrative fee as proposed by staff this evening.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Okay, just want to confirm Mayor Pro Tem Samra first and Roth second.
Yes.
And Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Number 15. Anthony, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica's going to put up the PowerPoint right now. Council, this is the resolution establishing a citywide franchise fee for solid waste, recyclable materials, and organic waste collection. A little bit of background on this staff report. City staff released a request for proposals, an RFP, for solid waste, recyclable materials, and organic waste collections on December 2nd of 2022. The RFP included a franchise fee component that anticipated the contractor to pay a franchise fee to the city that is 15% of the contractor's gross revenue from all operations in the franchise area. On December 5th, 2023, the City Council adopted resolution number 2023-83, selecting the desired SB 1383 compliant two-cart collection system and authorizing an interim city manager to negotiate a new franchise agreement with Jilton. When identifying the new rates being proposed by Jilton, the exhibit included a 15% franchise fee. On March 19, 2024, the City Council approved resolution number 2024-14, approving a franchise agreement for solid waste, recyclable material, and organic waste collection services. The agreement included a 15% franchise fee. Payment of the franchise fee authorizes Jilton to collect, transfer, recycle, compost, and dispose of solid waste, including exclusive access to operate heavy equipment upon city streets, right-of-way, and the exclusive right to place their multiple waste containers upon city streets and right-of-way. Further, the city believes that the franchise fee as proposed at 15% is a reasonable estimate of the value of the franchise based upon the exclusive access to city property by the franchisee, the size of the city, potential expansion of the city, exclusive access to the franchisee of approximately 3,500 paying solid waste customers. Recommendation, city staff recommends the city council adopt a resolution of the city of Livingston establishing the franchise fee at 15%. Alternative, city council may deny the franchise fee resolution. Also, council could provide alternative direction.
Thank you, Anthony. Council, questions? Comments?
Yeah, when we did this 15% franchise free, I am without a doubt sure that Jilton already included in the total contract, correct?
It states that on their rate sheet.
So whatever the contract amount was, they already anticipated the 15% franchise fee, correct?
Yeah, because it was on the
So,
RFP.
and like I mentioned in the last meeting, I doubt if they're giving us 15% out of goodness of their heart. They built that into the total contract, correct? One would think, right? So, and based on what we're gonna pay total for Jilton, that's gonna affect on the total rate, correct? To the end user, correct?
Yeah.
Do you see where I'm going with this? It's gonna increase the total cost. Now, I believe we did approve this at our last meeting, the franchise, right?
Correct.
And at that time, I had indicated that, no, we're not going to put it into the general fund. Now, I wanted at the time, to put it into the solid waste enterprise itself, which is self-defeating. Because it would build up to 15%, we get charged 15%, it's zero. However, I may want to take a step back, knowing the difficulties we're going to have with the item that we just talked about. I'm talking about fire services. I am open, if the council is, that the franchise fee be directed into a restricted account to be used for fire services. I'm willing to go that far, but into the general fund, I'm not quite comfortable with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Council? Any other comments, questions? I will go out for public comment at this time. Is there any public comment in regards to this item on the phone? Item number 15. Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Any citizen comments in regards to item number 15 in the chamber? Seeing none, bringing it back to the dais at 10:57. Council, any other questions, comments, suggestions, or motions?
I just thinking of what Mayor Pro Tem just said. I don't know about all of that money, because the general fund, we need to put money into that, but maybe a portion go towards our fire. You know what I mean? But that's up to you guys, everyone else in the.
So it's kind of strange that fire services, just like police services, is funded by the general fund. You know, outside of our parcel tax, you know, it is funded by the general fund. So I don't know, based on the original numbers, coming up with $300,000-$400,000, and that's what gets there. We may be able to make it easier on ourselves, and then if the sales tax passes, it may help council's future decisions regarding fire services. So whether it goes into the general fund or into the special account created just for fire services, in essential, is going to serve, but we're going to have more clear idea of how the money is being spent because of the challenge we're going to be facing with fire service. So I would highly recommend that we put into a restricted fund that it can't be used for administrative fees for solid waste, okay? That I'm willing to do that. Go ahead. I'm done with my comments, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just waiting for you to turn off your mic. Council, any other comments, questions? So, staff, what would be the pros and cons of that idea by Mayor Pro Tem?
Flexibility.
I'm sorry?
Flexibility.
What do you mean by flexibility?
Well, if you send it to the general fund, the council has more flexibility on how to spend that money. If it's all directed to a certain fund, then it's kind of restricted that fund, but that's the way council wants to proceed. It's to council.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
That's why I said a portion of it, not the whole thing. A portion of it go in the fire fund. You know what I mean?
And when you say a portion of it, is there like a particular percentage you're thinking about?
Maybe a quarter of it?
A quarter to go where?
Or maybe half of it? I don't know. What does the councilor think?
Yeah, I did have a conversation with our interim city manager, and the way numbers were talking, it makes it easier for a city to make its decision. Now, this does not prohibit future councils, futures to change that. It doesn't prohibit that. But it does give us a better idea, at least until we get our fire services in order. That's the reason for it. Council, we cannot, and then correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Santos, but this councils can't really literally tie hands with the future councils. No, so anything we do can be undone, it just has to be done by vote. So this is why I understand what you're saying, Mr. Roth, but at least let's work on our number one community issue on fire services. Let's put that in there for now. And if a year from now or 6 months from now, whatever, we can always roll back, but at least it puts it into that.
You're right.
Are there any motions?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the franchise fee and to put into a restricted account for fire services.
Meaning 100% of it? Yes. All right. So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 16, consideration of a resolution authorizing interim city manager to execute agreement with HR Green, Inc. to perform engineering services to include water modeling, development of a water comprehensive capital improvement program, CIP, and other water-related engineering services as needed. Staff recommendation, approved resolution. Staff?
Mayor, I'll make this brief. Really, we're looking at a couple things for this project. One, to develop a CIP. We know that the mayor and the city council adopted a one-year CIP, which was well past due. We've evaluated the performance of that, and we know that there's probably some additional capacity we need to, get that ball moving. We also know that if we're banking on whether it's well 8A, well 18, well 19, we're really focusing on additional capacity. This item really examines the existing capacity, the existing infrastructure that we have, analyzing it, assessing it, making some recommendations on what we need to do to make sure that that equipment that we have right now is working in an optimal level. We've heard from the development community that they would like to know what their individual impacts are on the overall system. So every applicant, every developer that we've talked to has said, well, what would my project impact be on the overall system capacity? So hearing that direct feedback from the developers, I've been communicating with HR Green, who is looking at updating the water model so that we can have direct conversations with our development community, telling them what the potential impacts would be on the overall system, and really moving forward the CIP. That is really the gist of what we're looking at with this. Again, been something that's been asked for from the development community, and we're really looking forward to move this forward and looking at options moving forward. The last thing that I will mention is that when it comes to requests from state assembly members, state senators, Congress members, that we need an idea of what we can ask for funding. Currently, we don't have a list of those projects. So that concludes my report, Mayor. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions, comments?
It must be the Mayor Pro Tem night. However, outside of our urgent water, fire services needs, water is close second, if not, it's way up there as well. Now, we do need to do a long-term study and modeling for water, because if we're gonna grow, we gotta make sure that we do this right. The question I have is, and the way it was worded, and I don't quite understand, maybe Mr. Lopez, somebody, Anthony, whoever, I'm saying to you because it was prepared by you, okay? All it does is to do the CIP study, but don't we have an engineering firm that, what is it why I believe we have an engineering firm now. They can't do the study, or what's going on here? Can we get an explanation on this?
Yeah, so we've had some conversations internally about doing some of these models. I know that in conversations with the city attorney, we've talked about doing this model, and we haven't been able to get there yet. And so it's really about, and the conversation I had with Mario and Anthony yesterday was, if we've developed something and the outcomes are still the same, it would be very naive to think that unless we change something on the front side, that we would get different outcomes on the back end. So really, this is an opportunity to infuse some additional capacity, get some additional work that's done in order to change the outcomes on the future. So really, we've talked about in conversations with community development, public works, engineering, legal, and I, about where is this model? We haven't gotten there yet. We think that we need an infusion to get us to that point because it's something that's critically needed.
Thank you. And the entire staff was in concurrence with this?
So part of what I did was I did this myself. I told Anthony that we were going to get support for additional CIP on his side, but I took it upon myself to work with HR Green, get a proposal, and see what was necessary for this.
Anna, but you said that you sat with engineering, public works, the entire staff, and you made this decision based on their input, or you just made the decision based on what you feel?
So the model was discussed in January, and we've had other developers that have been asking for this model, and we haven't received it. So knowing that there was a gap in this item that is being requested from the development community, I took it upon myself, because that's what the council expects from your manager, to provide recommendations to the council as to how we get to a good place. So that was a recommendation coming from my office to get to this point. The council can certainly choose not to do that. This is my attempt at being responsive to the development community and really responding to the needs of what we're hearing on the development side.
I'm going to hold further comments until I hear from the rest of the council, Mr. Mayor.
Council, any other comments?
Yeah, just one, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So this HR Green, so we're going to end up paying them $124,000, and we have an engineer that should or can be doing this for us. That's extra money that we are spending. So, and where that money's going to come out of the general fund, or where's that money coming from? Or the water fund, I'm sorry. I'd like to ask Mario a question, if I may. So, Mario, thank you.
Sure.
Do you have this on your agenda for your company to do anytime soon?
I was not involved with this item at all.
Okay, but did you have?
I just learned of it Friday afternoon after it came out. I was made aware of it.
Okay, did you have any plans going forward in doing the study?
Do I have plans? I was not asked to do it.
I know, aside from the interim city manager doing that,
Right.
did your firm have any?
We do this stuff all the time, CIPs and modeling, we do that for a lot of agencies, right?
And how long does that take, Mario?
It depends on the data that you have. The city actually doesn't have a lot of really good data. It was provided upon request maybe a month ago to the interim city manager, and I didn't know what it was for. I didn't know until Friday afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mario, actually, I have another question while you're up here.
Sure, I'll just stay here.
Has there been requests that have been made by the city that you have not been able to do on time as needed by the city?
In terms of this item and
Well,
this modeling?
just in general.
No, this is the stuff that we do all the time.
But I understand that, but that doesn't mean that you might have, or do you have the personnel?
We have the capacity to do it, if that's what you're asking. Can you do it in a timely manner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Has everything that you've been asked, have you been able to provide it on a timely manner as requested by the city?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Council, any other questions?
So if our city engineers were to do this, what would the cost be?
I don't know at this time. I'm really not prepared to comment on the rationale or the costs or the proposal from HR Green. It just popped up yesterday, so.
How long would it take to come up with some numbers?
I can do them this week.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to table this and bring it back forward to see if there's different numbers that city engineers can do, and if it's a contract, then.
So actually, I do have another question, and then maybe you can answer this.
Sure.
I understand, I mean, and for many years you have, and you continue to provide services to many different agencies in the area, and we're one out of how many in the area? What would you say we're one out of how many?
How many?
Yeah.
I'm city engineer for 5 cities and 1 district. And we provide services to other cities, not as a city engineer, but it's an engineering firm.
So, probably one of the things as any other agency, probably we want to be, we want to make sure that we get services on a timely manner.
Sure.
And because at the end of the day, we don't want to be the number 6 in line to be able to,
Correct.
Because, everybody wants to be number 1, I guess, on the front line or,
Right.
and the thing is, sometimes when we have requests or opportunities to provide for grants or to provide to an elected official, you know, for funding or
Right.
for consideration if we don't have things in line. Or, you know, if I hear that, oh, well, you know, something was asked a month ago or in January and it's April and we don't have anything, you know, then I'm concerned as an agency.
Sure.
Whether I'm Gastine or Newman or whoever it is.
Rightfully so. Yeah, I think you may be referring to the thing that was mentioned a little while ago about the modeling. When we have to have a formal request from the city, our contract requests that we have a task order. If that had been requested, we would have done a task order, and then we would have moved forward.
Okay. Council, any other questions, comments?
What I'm hearing, and just to clarify, how long have you been working for the city of Livingston? How long have you been our...
10 years, give or take.
10 years.
Probably more.
And probably more.
Probably 11.
So throughout these 10 years, not wanting to pick on you,
Sure.
but you're up here. In all the conversations and all the development areas, there's been recurring, it's even in the staff report, of items that have been grossly neglected. And
On the one with this item? The one for
well,
this
just,
item?
yeah, this is the staff report here. And some of the things that we've come across, that have come across to the council, just seeing what is happening with our wells, the breakdown of infrastructure, things that should have been in place that I don't even want to assume that you would know about. I mean, you're handling
Right. And
Livingston.
it's been known for quite a while, and it's in the motion, and it's taken a long
correct.
time.
I mean, but what I heard from you is that you didn't get direct guidance to look into this or to...
Just on the specific, yeah, we're talking about just the one specific item, right?
Correct. But over the past 10 years, water infrastructure has been neglected. Whose radar should that...
The major projects that are ongoing have been ongoing since 2018, and I believe I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago here at the water workshop. So they are in motion. It does take a long time to get them through the state. There's been changes in scope. I know I spoke to that effect. I know Nick spoke to that effect too. So yeah, it does take a long time, unfortunately. If the city had the funds to do it, it's a lot faster.
City didn't, I don't know how to put this, but if we don't know what to plan for, to put the funding towards,
I think
what do you
do
expect?
know. I think the city knows what to plan for. We just went through all of that a couple of weeks
But without
ago.
CIPs in place, how do we get that?
Well, there's a lot of different CIPs. The city has the one-year CIP now for immediate needs. Now, the CIP that I believe is meant to be done with this is for a long-term CIP, right? And for those, you normally actually have master plans in place, and the CIP is based on those. A water modeling of this system, which I believe will be based on the information that's in the map that it's the city map, just provided the city. It's based on pictorial information. It's not GIS information. So that's just not going to give you a very accurate model. And then the model will it's going to tell you where you have pipe deficiencies and pressure deficiencies, those sorts of things. Which at this point, it's actually minor when you think about the need for more water, which has we're working on it since 2018 with the state. We did get 2 projects in the ground. We're working on other projects. You do have water quantity issues and you have water quality issues. So They are being worked on. So it's not like the city didn't know and it wasn't brought up to, and it's been brought up years back with Public Works, with management, prior managements and all of that. So it is known. Yeah. And if there are deficiencies in my services, I would like to know. I'd like maybe for the council to hear both sides of the story.
Let me chime in. I don't think that there's a deficiency, Mario. I think what this is, and this is purely the council's policy decision, right? Is really, we have a 1-year CIP, and I'm going to be completely transparent. We've severely lacked in executing that CIP, and that's not pulling any punches. That's not me putting any lipstick on a pig. We've just had some challenges. And so really the last year has been, what is the staff capable of doing? We know that unless we change something on the input side, we're going to keep getting the same results. And so having the 1-year CIP is really about, okay, what are we capable of doing? We're 9 months in, 10 months into the fiscal year. We got a gauge of what we're capable of doing. And that's just for a 1-year CIP. Now with that being said, a lot of the projects that we're referencing tonight have to do with adding additional capacity. What we're talking about on this side is really what have we done or what haven't we done to prioritize the existing system that we have now to make sure that we don't have failures such as the well 13 failure that happened this morning. So are there things that we could do on the front side to identify what those projects are? And that's merely what this is. We've had Anthony's team go out and assess the system. They're doing it little by little. We really need to allocate a lot more time on the front side to get to that. But how do I allocate more time when they're dealing with failures that occur? It's really about an infusion on the front side of getting to where we need to be. And again, based on the conversation related to the water issues that we had in January, I believe that the council expects me to come up with recommendations. That's why you have someone here. Not to just sit back and say, okay, everything is great, we've got the same team on board, and we're going to produce different results. I don't believe that the council expects that from the city manager's office. I think what you expect from the city manager's office is recommendations rooted in what the development community is saying, what the challenges that we're clearly seeing with the 1-year CIP, and how do we get to a different place, because we all know that the water supply assessment study takes your highest producing well out of service. Well, what happens when you take the highest producing well out of service and you have 2 or 3 other well failures? Now you're really at a critical point. So this project really aims at identifying what those gaps are, getting that turned around fairly quickly, and having information to the council about what those projects are so that when funding requests potentially come up, we're going after them and we're submitting those proposals. And I can tell you right now, I've probably met with no less than 4 developers in the last month that are saying, well, what would my project have on your overall system? What impact would that have? And this is a solution to get us to that point, because currently we're not there. And we've talked about that. I know that we've talked about it with Roy, Mario, Public Works, Community Development. We're just not there yet. This is a recommendation to get us there. Again, it's council's prerogative as to whether it would like to or not, but this is an obligation that I had to provide this to the council as a recommendation on where we go from here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
For me, I was kind of for this, but the city manager says that in concurrence with staff, obviously the folks that provide our engineering service knew nothing of it. So what kind of conversation did we have? I don't know who was at that, And the reason we have 1-year CIPs and now multi-years like the record was there ever direction given by anybody to the engineering firm says, we need to do this, and they failed to comply with it?
So the lead on developing the one-year CIP has primarily been on the Anthony side. On developing the three-year CIP is also on the Anthony side. When I first started here in the city of Livingston, that was one of the first conversations I had with Mario and Public Works. Where are we with the CIP? And Mario and Anthony have been working collaboratively on identifying that CIP. Now, as Mario mentioned, different task orders have there's a task that gets requested and it gets approved. And Mario, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we've got a CIP project right now that was adopted by the council. We don't have a task order for that right now.
Yeah,
And again, if the council adopted that, the expectation is that we move forward on that task order, and we just haven't. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Mario, but that's a conversation we had yesterday about where's that task order.
Yeah, and that's, and if I may, that's a project that was initiated prior to a year ago, so it was already ongoing.
Everything that, and I don't know, sometimes I see so much stuff and I forget, but I could have swore some of the things were talked about. The Killian centralized treatment facility, and I'm not using this. I know I live there, but I'm just speaking because it's overall project. I believe several years ago we talked about all that, and there were some things that were say how much it's going to cost. Those things were planned.
Those
and
exist.
There was even a conversation that talks about using surface water for a centralized treatment. These things were talked about.
Yes.
Now, was a clear enough direction given by council to move forward or not, or is it lack of funding? Or what, to me, my concern is we have in-house engineering, it may be done cheaper, and if they're not able to comply within a certain amount of time and get that, I get it. But at least give us they couldn't do it. Now, the odd thing is, if we were to award this, guess who they're going to go to get their data? Our engineering people. They're not going to magically come and check each well. They're going to say, hey, engineering people, give us your data. What do you have? They're going to ask our people for
It'll be based on historical data, which
Public
Works knows the most.
This firm will ask our people that weren't saying you can't do it for the data when they already have the data. So I'm kind of troubled by just who was in the meetings, and I don't want to know because city manager has a right to meet with staff, But it troubles me that it seems like one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. Their contract, but they're also providing service to the city, and they should have been involved in this.
Well, if I could provide commentary, I do meet regularly with Mario and Anthony, and so I do know what's going on. So I will, respectfully disagree with you on that. I do know what's going on.
No.
And
Did the engineering people know this was going to come on the agenda?
I notified Mario on Friday that it was on the agenda.
Right.
Correct.
Obviously, this was worked on way before that, correct? It was notified by Friday when everybody in the public knew by the same time. Agendas get posted on Friday.
That's correct.
But our staff didn't know what was going to happen prior to the agenda being posted.
So, like I said, I meet regularly, and just a couple weeks ago, I asked Mario, do we know, what's the update on the water model?
No, I'm sorry you didn't ask that. I'm sorry.
So wait, let me, because this is true, because the question was, well, we can create an Excel spreadsheet and we can put some numbers in there.
Yeah, and that's not a water model. That's just an assessment.
Well, that was what I asked. So with that being said, I just want to be very clear. My comment was, I do know what's going on because I meet with Mario and I meet with Anthony. I do have an understanding of what's going on. And again, if the council doesn't like the recommendation, that's completely the council's prerogative. I, in my view, need to be responsive to the things that have happened this year since January. This is my attempt to be responsive to the issues.
maybe, Mr., I didn't say that you didn't know what was going on. I'm just saying, apparently your staff, all of them don't know what's going on. If this can come forward, and some of them are not aware of this going forward, then is there communication going back and forth? You know, so this is what troubles me here. Where is the communication? So, to me, it is a disservice to our own people. And I think we need to give everybody an equal opportunity to do this. And we need to give our engineering people, if there's a cost and timelines and how fast it's going to be due and more clear direction what we want to do. If they can't do it, or they charge more than them, yeah, make the decision. But let's do service to the people and getting the best dollar for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So this is, I think it's a great conversation, and it's, but I also believe that in order, like Jason, he's great, and I love his service, but honestly, I don't go and get my oil changes at his shop all the time, and so sometimes I go somewhere else, and sometimes I go back, and I think that doesn't mean that him and I are not, in disagreement. But I also think that anytime that we have an opportunity, or we make an opportunity to try and provide and try, give somebody else an opportunity to provide some services, I think it really puts everybody, I guess, on, really, so, and then I guess services can only improve, in my point of view, and then if after that things don't change, or we feel like we're not being serviced accordingly to what we expect, especially because we've been, or you have been collaborating with the agency, with the city for so many years, but then again, business is business. Things change, and maybe we're not on the top of your list anymore. I'm not saying that we're not, but and maybe this is also an opportunity for this council and staff to see, it's like, well, maybe there is somebody out there that is able to provide more for our buck. Then that's it. And then if not, we still continue doing business. I'll still go back to Jason and say, full price, right? No more discounts. But it's so I don't see nothing wrong with it. And then it's really the decision of this council. This is just a recommendation. And, and I think I cannot use another example, but, probably within our own industry or lines of work, there's nothing wrong. It's just business.
Right.
Yeah,
we're always open to competition.
Exactly.
Every time we do a proposal, we do it as, don't leave anything on the table. We just did it a year and change ago.
Yeah.
Because our contract is only about a year.
And then again, I do understand that a lot of these projects, they take years,
Right.
but also you also mentioned something that, just to reiterate what Ms. Soto was saying earlier, in regards, you've been with this agency for 10, 12 years or so, or more probably, and I think it's also someone in your position, a responsibility to say, or kind of bring a heads up to a council or to the city, say, hey, I would recommend for you to start thinking about this, right. and not,
which we have, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but I think, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that
I
you
can't
haven't.
come to the council and he's my boss and he's his boss, and then you guys are his boss.
Yeah.
So I have to go to the right channels.
Yeah, and also workshops, I think they're also a great opportunity.
Those are great. Those are great.
And I remember 2 years ago, when we had the little round table workshop there, you know, I did make a recommendation, and I was new to the council, and I made a recommendation that, well, to me, common sense is like, we need to start working on 2 new wells, but that had not been brought up before, you know, and so just, you know, so I'm not saying that nobody has not been doing their job.
And what we do, I'm sorry, what we do with some cities is do a report to the council, like every 2 months or every month. And it's an engineering report to the council.
Good.
And so if that's something that the city wishes, that way you can hear from me. And then fill in the gaps.
I will say that all of the presentations that you see, for instance, Robert Wynn, those are all on a volunteer basis from the staff. So we meet every Monday, and the staff volunteers, hey, we haven't heard from you, and the staff voluntarily does that. So I just wanted the council to know, just as Robert presented, Anthony's presented, Happy's presented, it's all, that option is always available to everybody.
Yeah, and I'll be glad to do that if the city wishes. Yeah. And normally what we do is we talk about what the development projects and then capital projects, which would be the water would be capital projects.
What I'm seeing now, though, is that we've had many discussions from what I understand from past to present. These have only been in a discussion. Right now, we have an opportunity to put someone in place to expedite this process. And if we're going to be doing our job correctly, we need to move on a fresh set of eyes on what's going on with Livingston. Because what's working, or what is in place, doesn't appear to be working as well as it should. It's based on the information on the staff report and things and items that have been discussed over the time that I've been on council. It's just, we're regurgitating the same issues, the same problems, the same wells, but it's just been talk. We can't get anywhere unless we put something formally in place, and that's where the notion of the CIP has really, I think, opened our eyes to the direction that Livingston needs to head. And if we're going to get ahead of this, because we are behind and we are suffering from some of the things, some of the projects that should have taken place that were probably discussed but weren't formalized. So I'm looking at this as an opportunity for us to get something moving forward with a plan in place. Something that Livingston can say, we are definitely working on this because this is what we hired these people to do, is to look out for the best interest of Livingston in their development, for the residents, and for the businesses. So, like I'm looking at this and just looking at it as an opportunity for us to move forward with items that are desperately needed to be put in place. Because we don't really have any mechanisms in place for our planning, what we need to have done, of things failing all the time. One of the things I wanted to see, I know that in their scope of services that they weren't going to attend any meeting. Who right here, and I think I had asked this before, who represents us on this groundwater board?
I believe it's Tony Avina through Public Works.
Yeah, from staff side, but I think there's a council member that
My recollection is it's Councilmember Mann.
Anthony, the other group that Tony's a part of, do you remember the group that is?
This is GSA one, it's a IRWIM.
I just asked because people dealing with, I don't know if I've heard reports from that side of attendance at any of these board meetings. And I think maybe when I asked, maybe some of them had been canceled. I think, okay, thank you.
So, okay. So, anything else other? So I would feel comfortable, and then again, I think it's a good opportunity to, and then again, maybe two can work better. We can get more things done, and working in collaboration, and this might not work, and then if it doesn't work, then we can try something different. But we're not going to know if we don't try something, and maybe we can get more things done having two different offices, two different companies doing work for the city. But I think I would feel comfortable moving forward with a recommendation to approve this resolution. So I would make that motion. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? So actually allow me to go out for public comment at this time. Is there any public comment on the phone in regards to this item? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Any public comment in the chamber? Bringing it back to the dais at 11:41. So there's a motion on the floor by Mayor Moran to approve this resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
No.
Councilmember Soto,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
No.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion failed by a vote of 2-2.
All right, thank you. Next item, item number 17, discussion and direction regarding Community Facilities District, CFD 2005-1, and the respective expenditure against this fund.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item, in reviewing the fiscal year 24-25 budget, we've identified about $200,000 in non-allocated CFD funds. So we are seeking council's direction on the desire or the wishes of the council, and if the council has any sort of recommendations on where potential expenditures can be programmed for fiscal year 24-25, Mayor. Thank you. Yes. Well, I didn't say anything.
I'm assuming Mayor Pro Tem?
Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. To me, and just a legal question, and I don't know these things, and I understand what this is, and I don't really have it. Community facility district, sometimes, there are a lot of CFDs, some of the money goes into for lighting, different things. Sometimes they tend to be restricted, that they can't be used for anything other than the intended purpose. So this is what I'm trying to just want to make sure which one. I don't have this in front of me. It says 2005-1. Which CFD is it, and can it legally be moved to another allocation? Whoever wants to answer that, please. And I don't have a problem with it. I'm just want to get that clarification.
So Happy can provide some context on which CFD this is on this item.
Oops.
Fund 1213?
2005-1.
Or did I see it? I don't see it that way. I see it by the fund. It's okay. So the question was again? What was the question?
Which, we have a whole bunch of CFDs, and we're all aware of that. You know,
Yes.
there's landscaping, there's all that. Which particular one are we looking at, or are we looking at all of them?
So this one is the one that was made, the first one, which is basically, it's all of them. So the CFD, the last one that we made, the 2017-1, that was the Livingston Community Health and the Panda and all that area. And then the newest one, that's all the new stuff that's coming in, all the like the small little auto sales and the new projects. But this one is incorporated within the LMDs, the BADs, all the city properties.
Okay, and when this district was formed, what was the intended purpose? What was it to the voter, in that case, usually the voter, because that's when they get, what was the intended purpose of this particular CFD?
So let me, I've got my notes here. So if we look at the resolutions that were previously adopted by council, Fund 1209, which is CFD 2013-1, requires that PD receives 93% of the revenues generated there, fire department gets 2%, parks and landscape gets 4%, and then streets and drainage gets about 0.25%. On Fund 1207, which is CFD 2017-1, that one requires PD to get 65% of that, the fire department 8%, parks landscaping 18%, and streets drainage is 9%. On Fund 1213 CFD 2005, which is the one we're talking about, there is no allocation in terms of what's required to go where. So I believe it was probably about 3 months ago, you had Wildan come to the council, and basically there was a question that was raised, I think it was by you, Mayor Pro Tem, and the question was, well, what's the requirement for what goes where? And the response was, it's up to the city council to determine where that funding is allocated based on where the needs are at. So that's why we're bringing this forward to council, because we would like direction. Since there is nothing in the resolutions that requires certain percentages, we're seeking council direction on where the council would like that program for fiscal year 24-25.
And how much is in there at this point?
So we've identified about 200,000 that's unallocated. There's about 400,000 that's currently allocated in personnel across the agency, and about 168,000 that's allocated for maintenance and operations.
Okay. And Mr. Santos, based on, and I'm not disputing anything, I just want to make sure that I don't want to get in trouble. I'd rather do it the right way. Are we legally able to do this?
Yes, as long as there's not a restriction. Like an example would be an LLMD, which
Yes.
is landscaping, lighting, it can only go for those things. Here, as Christopher mentioned, because there isn't a percentage allocation, it's at the discretion of the council on where to allocate those funds.
Okay, and if that's what they're saying, then I think we still gotta build up our fire truck or services or whatever, you know, so if, and I'm gonna take the staff's word, and we trust them, you know, that we're getting the right information before we make the decision, then I don't have a problem that we allocate it to the fire fund or to the fire services.
We would want direction on what percent or an amount, because this will follow through every year when we get this tax money. We need to have an allocation for those areas.
Yeah, because, okay, the reason I was saying it, because they had 200,000 in here and allocated, so.
That's unallocated as of right now, but now next year we'll get more tax money. How will we allocate that
Okay,
money as well?
So how much is it do we get annually on that?
Do you have that, Christopher?
Yeah, I'm just, whatever we get, put this in annually, I can understand that, but I don't know what the numbers are.
So let me do it this way. Thank you, Mayor. So we know that we've got 400,000 that's currently allocated in personnel, 168,000 in maintenance and operations, plus 200 that's currently unallocated. So that gives us a total just for this fiscal year of about 768,000. So if we look at 200 divided by 768, that gives us about 26%, 25% that would be allocated towards fire. So on a go-forward basis, we would take whatever that 25% allocation and move it towards, allocate it towards the fire department. So if the council's okay with that, we can certainly do that on a go-forward basis.
So, Mr. Mayor, so you're saying initial reallocation of 200,000 and then 25% based on whatever percentage, right?
Based on what Happy said, it's going to grow in the future, so the allocation next year would be 25% or 26% of whatever that total is moving forward.
So
Let's deal with that and see what we have to come with later on, we may, we don't know yet. Let's just deal with what's at hand right now.
The big thing for us is identifying the unallocated funding, plugging that in for fiscal year 24, 25,
Yes.
and where we go from here.
Yes. Yeah, let's just do that for now, okay? Thank you.
And then that could also be a good opportunity for a future discussion in regards to a fire station number 2 eventually. So start saving up a little bit here and
Yeah,
there.
and that's exactly it right there.
So I will go out for public comment at this time. Is there any public comment in regards to this item on the phone? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Seeing none, 11:51, bringing it back to the dais. Is there any further discussion, questions, comments, motions?
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion that we allocate 200,000 from the unallocated expenditures and for the future of 25%. Is that the right way to do it? Huh? You wanted a percentage? 25%.
26%.
26%. Well, I figured it would be administrative fees.
Oh, my God.
I want 26% to go.
Yeah, so I think I understand it to be 200,000 allocated for 24, 25, and then future years, 26% of the allocation.
That's what I was trying to say. That's when I said 200,000, So,
For this year, though, moving forward.
yeah, 200,000 for this year and 26% for the future years.
Yeah, but do we have the additional 74% already allocated?
Well, we can come back at another date on that. Yeah, it may go for,
74% Public Works.
you know what? There may be some things we can do with that, but we'll look at the budget at the time, okay? All right, Mr. Mayor, that is my motion.
So, Roy, is that clear enough as a motion? Perfect. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem. I'll go ahead and second that. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Soto,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Next item, council direction on future agenda items. Hearing none,
What? No,
11:50.
wait a minute.
What?
We all are. So I'd like to see if we could have our engineering firm, if we're going to be aggressive the way we are with our fire services and the way that we have, many of us have stated to our community that fire services are important. We want this much staffing, and we want another station, we want our own station, we want this and we want that. The importance of it. Equally, we speak on our water issues as well. So if we didn't come to a consensus tonight, and I don't know if item would be coming back, so that we have a full council here, but we do have an engineering service, so I would like to see if they are going to, however this has to be on the agenda, for it to come back, for them to include water modeling, development of a water CIP, and other, exactly what was proposed here. So I don't know if we want to bring this one back when we have a full council, or if we just want to go ahead and say, you know, Mario, here's your shot. So I don't know how that future agenda is supposed to look like, but we need to be aggressive on this.
That I agree.
If we get a second on the dais, we can add that to the next council meeting to, it'd be a discussion and direction item.
I will second that.
For the next council meeting. So in addition to that, I know that at the last, right, this is on the same kind of item. We had another request for a future item, and that was made by Jason Roth, was to have a study which would include our water usage from Foster Farms and Emerald Textiles. And at the dais, I also said, hey, and I'm in agreement with that. So with that being said, put that on the next agenda. Please.
I'm okay with that as long as staff has the appropriate amount of time to prepare it. If the staff is willing to do that, I'm okay with that, you know. Because there may be a lot of things they need to prepare for, you know.
I would suggest we might want to add a closed session item, since the city is involved in litigation regarding Foster Farms and water.
Yeah, it's necessary. Also, I know that May is coming up, and I know that I had reached out. I'd like to see if there is a way, I know that last June, there was a meeting between Dennis Wells, Tony, and Anthony. I was out there myself, and we discussed some areas of improvement for the Memorial Cornerstone. So that's been a discussion item of mine for several years. And whatever came of that discussion, if you guys can come together and see if there's a way to present something or have something noticeable according to the specs that Dennis had shared with you, even if it's possible financially or time-wise, we will have our memorial service presentation on Memorial Day. So I know that that's a short notice, but that conversation happened nearly a year ago. So if there could be some type of a discussion between staff and items that were shared, that'd be great.
We'll follow up. I was looking through my emails, and it was a 2023 email that I saw where I think it was Dennis, you, and Anthony went out. So I'll follow up with Anthony on that.
Anything else? Hearing none, 11:59, meeting is adjourned.
Just wait 2 more minutes.